James Husband. I'm Chairman of the Planning Committee. You're very welcome at this afternoon and this evening's meeting, if you are staying for the duration. To my right, I'm joined by my fellow councillors, and we will be making the decisions on the cases in front of us this evening. Principally to my left, are senior officers, and they will be presenting the applications and also offering us advice as we go through the evening. The officer team is led by Amanda Reid, the Director of Planning, sitting immediately on my left. Okay. If I can ask, are there any apologies for absence?
Thank you, Chairman. Good evening, everyone. We have apologies for lateness this afternoon from Councillor Will Lane, but no other apologies. Thank you.
Very good. That's understood. Colleagues, are there any declarations of interest? Are there any other declarations? No. Very good. I think there are no minutes of previous meetings. Is that right? Now, this evening's meeting is slightly unusual. In just a moment or two, we will consider the application at Lots Road, so-called Lots Road South. We will then, depending on the time, we may have a short break and then consider the application for the Earls Court development. Irrespective of how things pan out with Lots Road, the Earls Court application will not be considered before 6:30. So if you're actually here interested in Earls Court, then we won't start that until at least 6:30. Okay, well, in that case, we can make a start. And I think Emma Gore, Emma, you're going to present the Lots Road application, aren't you? So please go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you, Chairman, and good evening, members. Firstly, I would like to draw members' attention to the addendum report, which sets out a number of revisions and amendments to the committee report. My presentation this afternoon will provide a high-level summary of the planning application for the redevelopment of the site, commonly known as Lots Road South. The application is in detail and is a cross-boundary application, meaning the applicant has submitted two identical applications, one to the Royal Borough of Kensington and Chelsea, and the other to the London Borough of Hammersmith and Fulham. The application site, outlined in red on this slide, is a 0.7 hectare parcel of land located on the southwestern side of Lots Road between Chelsea Harbour and the King's Road. The site is located within the Lots Road employment zone and is immediately adjacent to the Lots Village Conservation Area, located to the east, which is within the Royal Borough of Kensington and Chelsea. Part of the creek, located to the south of the site, is within the Sands End Conservation Area, which is within the London Borough of Hammersmith and Fulham. The site is owned by the council, and the council's ownership extends across the whole site and beyond the borough boundary, crossing into the London Borough of Hammersmith and Fulham, hence the applications to both boroughs. The site, as it relates to RBKC, is located within the Chelsea Riverside ward. The site can be seen here on this aerial photo. Currently, the site is comprised of a car pound, warehouse buildings, highway depot, and includes part of the Chelsea Creek. The site also abuts railway land to the western boundary, as seen on the image before you. Directly opposite to the site, to the east, lies the World's End Studios and the Chelsea Academy, and to the northern boundary of the site is Heatherley School of Fine Art. To deliver the development, proposals for the Lots Road South site, the relocation and re-provision of the highways depot, salt store and car pound would be required, and permissions have been granted to this effect. The borough boundary line can be observed in this image indicated by the yellow perforated line which dissects the site. The surrounding context can also be observed with the functionally complete power station development, which is located within RBKC, the Chelsea Waterfront and Chelsea Creek developments, which are within LBHF, and the Kings Road Park development, also known as the Imperial Gas Works, which is within the London Borough of Hammersmith and Fulham and is separated from the site by the railway line. The borough boundary split within the site is annotated on the slide before you. The boundary, as identified by the green and red line through the site, splits the site on a northwest and southeast axis. Approximately 67% of the site is located within RBKC, and the remaining 33% is within the London Borough of Hammersmith and Fulham. As mentioned, the application being considered by members this afternoon is a cross-borough planning application, and as such, RBKC can only grant planning permission for the part of the proposed development within its administrative boundary, i.e. the land in red on this slide. Although the design of the development is such that it would have to come forward as one holistic scheme. The part of the site within RBKC is subject to a site allocation in the Council's local plan under Local Plan Policy SA6. Site allocations are locations the Council has identified across the borough which facilitate the Council in delivering its vision for good growth and provide for new homes, businesses and social and community uses. Policy SA6 outlines that the site should deliver high-quality, mixed-use development that is employment-led to include residential and employment floor space. The allocation under Policy SA6 calls for delivery of around 100 new gross residential units, around 65 gross affordable extra care units, around 4,000 square metres of commercial floor space, the reprovision of the auction house, and buildings between 6 to 10 stories. The policy is also supported by the Lots Road South Design Brief SPD, which was adopted in July of 2022. As set out within the committee report, the development has been designed as a single scheme across the whole site. However, only part of the proposed buildings would be located fully within RBKC. As such, the commercial space and homes are to be split across both boroughs, and this is set out before members in the slide in front of you. The slide demonstrates the site-wide delivery and then breaks this down into the delivery that would be contained within RBKC's administrative boundaries. The planning application seeks permission for the demolition of the existing buildings on site and the erection of 3 buildings forming 5 blocks ranging in height from 5 to 13 stories. The new buildings would provide a mix of commercial, residential and community floor space, with the community and commercial spaces located at ground floor and the residential located in the upper floors. Over the whole site, the development would deliver 274 residential homes, including 156 market homes and 118 social rent homes, of which 65 are extra care homes. The scheme includes public realm improvements, including the creation of a new community square and a creekside promenade. The proposed development also includes works to the Chelsea Creek to include a new piled flood defence wall. In terms of those elements directly within RBKC, it has been confirmed that of the commercial and community space, 1,685 square metres would be located fully within our borough. In addition to this, of the full 247 homes, 74 homes would be located fully within RBKC. There would, however, be 120 homes sat across the borough boundaries, which would be split between the both respective boroughs. This image is taken from the submitted design and access statement, which sets out the 3-dimensional form of the proposed development. As can be observed, the provision of market housing would be located within Blocks A at 13 stories and Blocks D and E, both of which are 5 stories and front onto Lots Road. To the western side of the site, Block B would accommodate the extra care units, and this block is between 11 and 7 stories, and the affordable housing would be located within Block C at 9 stories. Members will also note the podium garden located between Blocks B, C and D. Members will note the ground floor plate. As mentioned, the schemes includes a mix of commercial and community floor space, primarily at ground level. I would draw members' attention to the community centre, located in the centre of the site, which is fully within RBKC, with the borough boundary demarcated in the green perforated line before you. The proposed ground floor layout includes 4 flexible commercial spaces, a cafe, and affordable commercial space. The ground floor also includes the entrances to the extra care and other residential accesses and ancillary spaces. The site would be served by a basement to accommodate plant and ancillary features. This image denotes an indicative view of the proposed development in context, with the 5-storey buildings aligning with Lots Road and the Imperial Gasworks development with the London Borough of Hammersmith and Fulham seen in the background. members can note that the surrounding heights of buildings along Lots Road in the context of heights surrounding the site. This is a further indicative view and a section of the proposed buildings taken from east to west. The view is taken from the north, looking south. Members can note the Lots Road power station, the buildings forming Lots Village, and again the Imperial Gasworks site within LBHF. A number of verified views were provided as part of the application. This is an existing view of the site from Lots Road. These buildings will be demolished as part of the development. This verified view shows the proposed buildings fronting onto Lots Road, which includes blocks D and E. This is an existing view of the site from the south, looking onto the car pound and the creek. Members can note the existing public house in the corner. The proposed view here, you can see blocks D and E in the foreground and block A in the background. I would also draw attention to the Creekside Promenade, courtyard, and the widening of footpaths along Lots Road. Again, members can note the height of building A in the background. The following verified views show the wire line of the proposed buildings in blue. The neighbouring development, Imperial Gasworks, is shown in orange. This shows the proposed view down Burnaby Street within Lots Village Conservation Area towards the application site. This is a proposed view from the Brompton Cemetery. Members can note the location of Block A here, outlined in blue, and the Imperial Gasworks in orange to the right-hand side of your screen. And again, this is a view from the Brompton Cemetery closer to the chapel. You can note the location of Block A of the proposed development, again in blue, but largely screened by vegetation, and the diminishing visibility as one moved towards the chapel. This view is taken from Battersea Bridge and shows the proposed buildings within the context of the surrounding taller buildings. And this image shows a visual representation of the proposed courtyard internal to the development, which would be a public open space. Lastly, in regard to the planning balance, which has been set out in the committee report, the scheme delivers additional housing, including affordable and specialist housing, provides an enhanced commercial and employment floor space, and new community facilities. As highlighted within the committee report, the report has identified harms and departures from certain aspects of the development plan, which are noted. However, when viewed in the round and recognising that policies may pull in different directions, officers have concluded that the proposals comply with the development plan when read as a whole. The committee report has further set out the implications of the tilted balance in accordance with the NPPF. This concludes my presentation, and I'll hand back to the Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we do have speakers for this case. So I think Councillor Laura Burns, I think, Laura, you're going to start, aren't you, as local ward councillor? And you've got up to 2 minutes. So please go ahead, Laura, when you're ready.
Thanks, Chair. Sorry for that. Okay, as we consider the Lots Road South development today, it's important to recognise the unique context of this site. Residents in this area have lived alongside major construction for over 20 years. First Chelsea Waterfront, then the Chelsea Academy, and various other schemes. Understandably, people are feeling the cumulative impact, and this new proposal adds another significant development to an already stretched neighbourhood. Throughout the planning process, residents have engaged constructively. Their feedback has influenced aspects of the design, and they have been clear that they support the much-needed extra care housing. But they have also raised legitimate concerns that remain unresolved. The first is height and density. Many feel the scale of the proposed buildings is too much for this part of Lots Road, creating an overly enclosed landscape and risking unnecessary intensification in an area already under pressure. Second, residents are deeply concerned about traffic and congestion. Lots Road is already a narrow, busy corridor, so it's essential that all parking, deliveries and servicing for this development take place within the site. We cannot allow additional strain on the road network. Thirdly, and this point cannot be overstated, the community needs a strong, enforceable construction traffic management plan in place before permission is granted. After 2 decades of noise, dust, disruption and heavy vehicle movements, people simply cannot endure another poorly managed construction project. We must ensure lessons from previous developments are learned and not repeated. Finally, we must secure arrangements that guarantee the future management of community space and ensure residents continue to have a voice in detailed design matters such as materials and facade treatments, which will shape the character of the street for decades. This is a community that has shown patience, good faith and willingness to work with the council and the developer. They're not asking for the world, they are asking for a development that respects their neighbourhood, adheres to policy and properly manages its impact. So I really urge the committee to seek the necessary assurances and improvements before moving forwards. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Now, I think Mr. Jacks, you are going to speak, and I think maybe some others will join you also. Between all of you, you've got up to 5 minutes, so please go ahead when you're ready.
Chair, members of the committee, this is not an ordinary planning application. Mount Anvil's proposal for Lots Road South places this council in a highly unusual position of acting simultaneously as landowner, development sponsor and planning authority. In plain terms, you are being asked to mark the council's own homework. That reality demands a higher, not lower, standard of scrutiny. On behalf of the Lots Road Neighbourhood Forum, representing over 120 local residents and businesses, I want to be very clear. This application is fundamentally non-compliant with the Council's own adopted planning policy. First, the scheme fails the employment-led test that lies at the heart of this site allocation. This site sits squarely within an employment zone, and the planning inspector was explicit. The development must deliver around 4,000 square metres of commercial floor space with at least 3,000 square metres of genuine business space. The application before you delivers just 1,438 square metres. This is less than half the inspector-mandated minimum. A scheme that does not meet this threshold cannot, by any reasonable interpretation, be described as employment-led. Second, the scheme breaches the Council's own heights policy. The SPD and the site allocation, both endorsed by the planning inspector, set maximum heights of 6 to 10 stories. Yet within RBKC, the proposal includes buildings of 11 and 13 stories. This is not a marginal departure. It is a clear and deliberate breach of adopted policy. Third, the scheme dramatically exceeds the permitted residential quantum. The site allocation allows for around 100 residential homes. The inspector was explicitly rejected attempts by officers to reinterpret this as a minimum. The application proposes 209 units, more than double what policy allows. This alone is sufficient to conclude that the proposal fails the quantum of development test. Beyond these headlines, failures lie numerous additional defects. The canyonization of Lots Road, the absence of a meaningful buffer to the railway, unresolved servicing and access arrangements, and serious questions about construction and traffic management. These matters are not minor. Many have been raised repeatedly by the local community, yet they have either been glossed over or simply noted in the officer's report. So our request is straightforward. First, we ask you to refuse this application and require the council and the developer to return with a scheme that actually complies with the new local plan and the site allocation. The Neighbourhood Forum has submitted detailed, viable proposals to improve the scheme. They remain unanswered. Second, if you are minded not to refuse, we ask you retain democratic oversight. Do not delegate critical matters to officers alone. Conditions 7, 8, 18, 26 and 27 should come back to this committee, and I hope the developer would agree. Members, this community has lived with the consequences of large-scale development for over 20 years. We urge you to exercise your independent judgment, uphold your own policies, and treat this application with the caution it plainly requires. Now I'll hand over to Peter Barrett.
Chair, members, Section SA6 of the local plan states there should be a series of buildings along Lots Road with modest variation in form that respect the scale of the existing buildings on Lots Road. The Forum has provided a detailed and positive response to the proposals. Canyonization of Lots Road has always been a major concern. The Forum has shown how the heights of the buildings can be lowered without compromising their design or the quantum of accommodation, the sole purpose being to minimize the canyonization of Lots Road. This is achieved by lowering the unnecessary height of the ground floor from 5 3/4 meters to 4 meters, a standard height for commercial retail space, maintaining the adequate height of the upper stories, and removing the very tall, over 2 meter high brick parapets. These are stated to be provided for safe access to the plant and solar panels. It's a strange thing to provide tall parapets surrounding solar panels as they shade the panels from the sun. Normally, low parapets are provided with safety railings. This has the added advantage of being cheaper than brick, and what has been done in the new buildings immediately behind the Lots Road South site. The Forum also welcomed the setback of the development from Lots Road proposed for the southern part of the development frontage. It suggested that this could and should be continued to the northern section and demonstrated that this could be achieved without prejudicing the accommodation and value of the scheme. These measures would minimize the canyonization of Lots Road, maintain the accommodation and value of the development, and be cheaper to construct. Thank you very much.
Good. Thank you very much indeed. Very good. So time is more or less up. Would you like to just say a sentence or two? Because the 5 minutes is up, but please go ahead if you can just say very briefly what you'd...
The Lots Road pumping station is a Grade 2 listed building. Consent for total demolition of a Grade 2 listed building is only considered last resort. In the case of Lots Road pumping station, it is still functional and operational. Make an argument for demolition null and void. Many find observing this type of Edwardian architecture a comfort and aesthetic pleasure. The craftsmanship of the earliest example of a stormwater pumping station built by the Metropolitan Board of Works and the London County Council, the best surviving. Can I continue?
Conclude, please, because we're well over time.
Right. Their number 17 station house, revealing the durable nature of a bygone age, is also very pleasant to look at. And astrologically speaking, all structured restructuring of buildings is set to eventually, 2.5 years maximum, be a total delusion. It is requested you could please decide on traditional planetary meanings from such as Saturn traditional structure, Jupiter grandiose design, Venus pleasant to observe, allowing the Lots Road pumping station and number 17 to remain exactly as they are.
Okay. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Very good. Colleagues will almost certainly ask questions in a few moments, but now we should hear from the applicant team. So you have similar time. So, well, it's actually in total a bit over 7 minutes. So who's going to go first? Yeah.
Good evening, councillors. My name is Alistair. I'm a development director at Mount Anvil, who are the applicant and the development partner of RBKC on this important project. I'm delighted to be joined this evening by Veronica, who is the principal of our closest neighbour, Heatherley School of Fine Art. Mariella, the principal of Chelsea Academy, would also have liked to speak this evening, another close neighbour of ours. She is unfortunately unavailable, so Marcus will be reading a statement from her on her behalf. When we started this project, we committed to listen to the priorities of the council and work with planners and the local community to deliver them. So I'm delighted that 50 local residents have submitted letters to support this application. This project is delivering so many benefits for the local community. To name just a few, 118 social rent homes, of which 65 are extra care homes for the most vulnerable members of the RBKC community. That's 44% affordable housing, all social rent by habitable room. Over 1,700 square metres of commercial space of which 685, approximately 40%, is affordable workspace for organisations that will deliver RBKC's social, environmental and economic goals. A new community centre, providing space for everyone and bringing the new and existing communities together. And new Riverside public realm covering an area equivalent to 10 tennis courts, delivering a new community square at its heart, 48 new trees, and a biodiversity net gain of 145%. Subject to your approval, we'll be ready to start on site in March, continuing to work with the community to deliver on all these commitments. Veronica.
Hi, I'm Veronica Ricks, Principal of Hethley School of Art. We're in Locks Road, Chelsea, and nearest neighbours to the development site. We're an independent school, an educational charity, teaching core fine art disciplines to artists. We bring creativity to local communities by means of our outreach programme. Our 12-year-old building was designed with large windows to provide maximum daylight required by students of figurative art. We work with unclothed life models, so it's important our studios are not overlooked. Mount Anvil toured Hethley's personally to understand firsthand the needs of an art school. They listened to our fears that our priorities may be compromised. In response, they designed a sensitive scheme, setting buildings further back, opening up light, and ensuring privacy to our studios. The team have shown a high level of personal engagement throughout the design process. They've been clear, friendly, helpful, and honest. We're confident Mount Anvil will prove to be considerate neighbours during construction. We look forward to continuing the excellent relationship developed between us. Thank you very much.
Good evening, councillors. This is a statement from Mariella, the principal of Chelsea Academy for the last 5 years. She asked me to read this statement on her behalf. Chelsea Academy is located on Lotts Road, almost opposite the site that Mount Anvil has plans to develop. We, the Academy, are genuinely excited to see the plans come to life over the next few years. We have been working in partnership with Mount Anvil since they first approached us and reached out to discuss their ideas. We have reviewed and discussed with them both the original and then their revised plans. Seeing the designs and what the site will eventually look like has been fascinating. Mount Anvil has asked us what we might want from the community space and have listened to what our priorities are for our site and for our students. The Mount Anvil team has been really helpful and open to working with us in a range of ways. These include some fabulous work experience placements, lectures to older sixth form students, and a most generous donation to support mental health programs that we run in school. Key Mount Anvil staff have been in regular contact and ensured that we are kept updated and aware of the progress of the development at all times, as well as any opportunities for students or for the wider academy. Their communication is open, friendly, and responsive at all times. Having lived with a less than considerate developer neighbour in previous years, we are much more confident that Mount Anvil will be considerate and mindful of our needs. We see this as the start of a purposeful and meaningful relationship between Chelsea Academy and Mount Anvil, working as good neighbours in a strong partnership. We support their planning application. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Colleagues, questions? Sam, would you like to go first? Councillor McAvoy.
Good evening. Thank you for contributions from the objectors and the applicant. We heard from the objectors a number of things. One was that they have had 20 years of disruption from construction on other sites, obviously not in your control. What assurances can you give us as decision makers and the residents who've spoken that should consent be granted, that you're in the strongest position to manage the impacts of construction, disruption, etc., and that it will be done in the most resident-friendly and cooperative way. Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Councillor McAva. Thank you for the question. We have 30 years' experience of developing projects in... Sorry, Mount Anvil has 30 years' experience of developing central London projects. There are conditions that ensure that before the demolition and the construction, we will submit demolition and construction traffic management plans. One of the elements of the conditions that we're delighted to see is that we will work with the community on those plans before we submit them to make sure they're satisfied and happy with how we propose to do things. This is consistent with what we do on other projects, even when we're not asked, so it's not onerous for us. And we'd be delighted to work with Richard and Peter, as we have been over the last 2 years, continuing to talk about this project.
Two very quick ones. One of the advantages of Mount Anvil only working on very few schemes is we have to get them right, mainly partnerships with local authorities. So we can't afford to do this badly and upset neighbours. That's why we spend so much time with all of the stakeholders. We're very invested in success. The second is every developer will tell you that they're going to do a good job. The best track record to refer to is what they've done in the past. I'd ask you to reflect on the feedback you've heard from local stakeholders about the first 2.5 years of Mount Anvil working in the community as our track record for being good neighbours.
Okay. Yep. Sorry, a question to the ward councillor and then a question to the applicants, if I may. Councillor, I'm very aware of what you said about this development-wary area, with also the Chelsea Academy, Lots Road, Thames Tideway, etc., etc. What more would you like to see considered, as Councillor McAva said, with the CTMP plan that can be made to enhance that programme and consideration for the neighbours nearby?
Okay, so a few things. Obviously, engagement is not really a question. They have been engaged, and I think there's good communication between both sides. It's really the densification and getting everything in order, signed off before it's granted. So, what did you say? Like...
reserving.
Go on. Reserving.
If I might say... I am not going to naysay the amount of conversations we've had with the developer. They have lived up to their promise on that. The one thing as a community we asked them to do when putting forward their planning application was to bring forward the drafting of the construction traffic management plan. As a weary community, it's one of the most critical things, how this thing gets built over the next few years. And it was very disappointing to see in the planning application that it was very much off-the-shelf stock response, rather than getting into the weeds with us, so that when you came to have to take your decision, we could be assured. And that's why we're now asking, if you are going to grant planning permission, can this condition come back for political oversight? Because I know they will talk to us, and they will do as they've been asked to do, engage with us. But the only way we can be assured that we will be listened to is if we have the opportunity for democratic oversight of that condition. Thank you.
Thank you. So my follow-up question to the other side, it would be, could you like to respond to that? My actual specific question is on the solar panels that was brought up. I know there are people watching and listening that have an interest in solar energy. And there was a question raised about the brick parapet. Would it impede the capture of solar energy and therefore the performance? Or is it something to hide it from street view? So I wonder if you could comment on those two issues. Thank you.
Hi, yes, I'll deal with the solar panels first. So the parapet is set to screen visually the solar panels from the street. They are not the most attractive thing from street level. They create clutter. The parapet's set at the lowest level to create safeguarding and will not be overshadowing the solar panels. That's broadly the sun would have to be basically horizontal, and obviously all the other buildings will be screening that. So the parapet will not overshadow the PVs.
Thank you. And in response to the question, I think, is will we commit to the CTMP or additionally? We will be doing this as per Office's recommendation pre-commencement. We'll be submitting this. We'll be speaking to Richard and Peter, and we're open to that discussion, of course. Does that answer your question?
Thank you, Chair. So as I see it, there are objections fall broadly into three categories, or at least concerns, resident concerns, fall into three categories. So you have the site management, traffic management of the construction itself. You have things that fall into the category of environmental, so the height and the massing are open to that as well, like the environment of the area in the broad sense. And the third, I'd say, is the proposed use. So I'd like to start with one question to the objectives first. Now, I understand there are policy recommendations. Of course, my colleagues will know that I'm often the voice against being loose with our interpretations of the housing we should be providing for and letting developers provide less than perhaps we would ideally wish to. And now we have the opposite. It looks like we have a large amount of housing, 100% social rent, as I understand it, social care. And my question is, outside of the issues of the policy itself, which is not decisive in and of itself, my question is, why is it preferable to have an employment-led scheme rather than a residential-led scheme? What's the main issue that residents have with that?
Well, firstly, it is an employment zone, and it was designated an employment zone in the new local plan. There aren't many employment zones in the south of the borough, and people in the area are very keen on those businesses, like the one that Peter runs at World's End Studios, as providing opportunities for new employment, because they're part of the character of the area. I mean, lots of people will talk to you about the design businesses, the antiques businesses, the interior design businesses that operate in the area, and there's a crying need for more of that. This is one area in the borough where that is possible. And so people didn't want, when we were talking about this scheme from the outset, everyone supported the extra care homes. We know that that's a real priority. We know that there has to be some housing to pay for it. But we're keen not to lose the opportunity to bring new employment. It brings visitors, it brings amenity to local residents. And that's why we supported it in the new local plan, and why we're very wary about a scheme that seems to ride a coach and horses through that particular policy area.
Okay, thank you for that, unless there's anyone else wants to comment on my question. Okay, and just another question on what I put as the second point, and this is to the applicants. Just given we are exceeding the recommended height in part of the development, what would be the impact of not doing that? Why is this a necessary part of the development? Just really explain it to me like I'm a dummy.
Thank you. My name's John Rocher. I'm one of the planning directors at Rolf Judd, and we've been supporting the scheme from the start. It's been quite a journey in terms of design, and when we started this, obviously we had at our disposal a site allocation. We also had a development brief that we were looked at quite intensively, but the way we started this was really to look at it from a design perspective about the relationships and how you amassed the buildings on site. We know that contextually, Lots Road is sensitive, it's next to the conservation area. That was a key driver in delivering those heights and the relationship particularly from the north but all the way through to the south of that spine. So that meant lower buildings, 5 stories, facing onto Lots Road. And we then looked at what that meant in terms of taller buildings potentially around the rest of the site, and particularly along the railway line, which to a degree is less sensitive, further away from the conservation area. It is also the backdrop to the gas holders development, which sits on the other side of the railway tracks, which goes up to 37 stories on that side. So to strike that transition, to strike that balance, that led to the massing. And because we were looking at how we developed the site, particularly along the Lots Road frontage and giving quite a priority to that, that meant that buildings, 2 buildings, just pop up above the 10-storey limit on the backdrop. But we felt in that transitional sense, and you can see it in some of the CGIs, that was actually quite a successful option. And it also enabled us to lower the buildings along Lots Road. And of course, this always comes back to viability and balance and trying to deliver all those uses. And when we did that design testing, and believe me, we looked at a lot of options for this site, this felt the most appropriate. It was also the one that when we went through consultation, we felt had the most support of the options, was to prioritise that relationship lower on Lots Road, greater massing at the back, but to achieve all we wanted to achieve in terms of affordable housing, employment, etc.
Thank you very much. And Chair, I have one further question. Thank you. This all, obviously I did say this falls into 3 categories. I do, having said that, there's an overarching question of, which is, to me, it's always an overarching question of consultation and all of that. Now, it sounds like that's been, overall, that's not a complaint you have. But I was interested about alternative proposals and alternatives that were suggested by the Neighbourhood Forum. And I mean, there is always, obviously, there's questions of viability. That can mean different things to different people. But I'd just like to give you the opportunity to maybe just, broadly speaking, say what we're talking about here, the kind of alternatives you were interested in.
I'll ask Peter, who's got a long career as an architect, to respond to
yes,
that.
I am an architect. We too were very concerned about the height. We looked at the buildings, particularly along Lots Road. I accept the point about the further you get away from to the west, away from the conservation area, the less sensitive it is to it. We looked at the buildings facing onto Lots Road, and there is no doubt they could be lowered. Solar panels sit about so high above a roof. If you look at the buildings to the west that have just been built, they have railings around them. They don't have 2-metre brick parapets. The ground story particularly is 5.75 metres high, which is way higher than you would normally get to a retail development. If those were brought down, it does not affect the viability of the scheme, it does not affect the amount of accommodation provided, and it addresses what the local community has said from the very outset, that canyonization of Lots Road would change its character and be to the detriment of the conservation area.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I've just got a couple of questions. First of all, if I can ask the applicants, within the proposed development, there's a small public space, park being created. Can I just establish that that's entirely open to the public? It's not a closed space, is that correct?
That's correct, yes. It's entirely open to the public all the time.
Can I just, sorry, I'm a bit confused about this rather large parapet and its solar panels. So we've got a gentleman here who's an architect who says, well, you don't need a 2-metre, I mean, I must say a 2-metre parapet does sound quite large for most buildings. And yet, earlier on, your colleague there suggested that these solar panels were going to be upright. I thought the point about solar panels were that they were angled at the sun, but can you help me on that perhaps rather dim question?
Yes, sorry, I'll clear that up. I'm Craig Schiek. I'm a partner at PRP Architects, so we're the architects for the project. If I work from the top down, and just to clarify, as you're right, PVs are at an angle, and they rake upwards. The parapet is set at 1100, not 2 meters. It might appear 2 meters from the outside, but from the inside it's 1100. The parapet, so working our way down the building, the parapet is needed to provide guarding and safety for the people who are cleaning the PVs and maintaining the roof. The HSC is very clear about the hierarchy of safety. You must always provide a parapet first before pivoting to a man-safe system.
Sorry, if I can just cut in there. So you're saying the parapet isn't actually 2 meters above the level of the solar panels? It's
No.
actually 1100.
1100
for railings and that kind of thing.
For guarding, exactly. It's 1100 from the from the floor level or the finished level of the roof, and then obviously the PVs sit on top of that.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, that makes sense.
Okay.
Yeah. No. Okay. Well, that does make sense. Thank you. Just turning to the applicants, I think all of my colleagues, we've noted your point about the CTMP. I just wanted to ask you a question really about this question of the employment zone. I mean, local plans are obviously written and they're intended to be things that can last for quite a long time, whereas the economic environment can change quite quickly. We know, for example, that Lots Road auctions, your normal auction house, it really requires a very large shed, which indeed they used to have, but they've moved, and I'm not really sure there are that many auction houses looking around for some enormous shed premises in the area. Do you not feel that having the kind of, one would assume, modern office space of the sort that creative businesses and businesses that are developing might be able to use in a way that they wouldn't be interested in having a shed, is that not something that's useful in the area, in the greater scheme of things?
Well, we are in agreement on that. What I would say is that in the new local plan as it came forward and the SPD, subject to significant consultation, and of course the new local plan is not an ancient document, it was agreed last year after Lots Road auctions had already vacated the premises. The 4,000 was to be in addition to the provisioning for lots for the auction house. So we've gone from a very large amount of employment and commercial space down to a very small space. In total, 1,400 square metres in RBKC in the employment zone. And that is a very dramatic change without any real argumentation for why that should be the case. Only today, in the plethora of documents we're afforded to look over, I came across the Chilmark Consulting report, the development report, where they talk about a lot of local businesses, including the World's End Studios, which Peter runs. They did all of that without speaking to any of them. And they've drawn assumptions which are really desk-based assumptions rather than coming to the area and talking to us. And I have to say, they don't even support the council, the officer's own assessment of the commercial, the commercial reality of the area. It's one of the poorest areas of analysis in the application and in the officer's report. And this was the subject of real scrutiny and time with the planning inspector. And it wasn't a sort of number plucked out of the air, the 4,000 square metres. It was a hard-fought battle And that's why it's so disappointing. I do accept, and if you had said to me, well, you know, we can't have the auction house, fine. We'll see this number coming down consequentially. I would understand that. But 1,400 is not that. It's a very significant stepping down. And half of that, of course, is the affordable workspace, which, if you look at the detailed plans, is a windowless space in the centre of the building. It is very hard, and there's no analysis or real attempt, either in the officer's report or in the planning application, to give us as a community any confidence as to how that is going to run. There's no real assessment of how it meets the very lengthy description, both in the local plan and in the SPD, of the character of businesses in our area and how they are going to be encouraged and brought into the spaces that they are planning, let alone the spaces that they've decided not to plan for. And that's where you get our real disappointment in where we are at on this.
Okay. Very good. Thank you for that. Thank you. Any other questions? Lloyd, last one.
Thank you. There hasn't been much mention this evening about the greening, landscaping, biodiversity and bat surveys, I notice here. I'd like to pay tribute to the officers for the considerable 73 conditions that have been put on this, but I just wanted to ask the applicants a little bit about that, because I noticed that some of these are quite strict, i.e. you have to have a bat survey, landscaping, that the trees are existing will be protected, no lopping, no pruning, no damaging to the roots. I just want to draw your attention to this, because when we look back at this and residents that we often as councillors knock on the doors tell us what happened about the greening of the trees and that tree died. So I just really want to hold your feet to the fire, as it were, to say you understand these conditions and the seriousness of some of them, and would you like to reassure us all in the room this evening about the protection that you're giving to the existing biodiversity and trees, and for the 48 trees that you're adding and future landscaping? Thank you.
Our feet are burning, yet we are very aware of all of the controls rightly placed by officers to ensure that the scheme delivers as good or better than what we've promised.
Good. Well, thank you very much indeed for answering our questions there. Thank you. Colleagues, shall we move on, or anyone like a quick break? Or okay, good. Well, in that case, it's our opportunity to ask questions of officers. Who'd like to go first on that? Councillor Mackover.
Thank you. I'd like to just understand from officers the exact decision. I'm looking at pages 6 and 7 that we're going to be making this evening, because there is obviously a referral to the Mayor of London as a stage 2 that takes place. I know there are various comments from Mayor of London about this application. I was wondering if you could just outline where the current thinking is from the Mayor, and are you expecting any direction from the Mayor or intervention from the Mayor?
Thank you. Yes, as you're correct in saying, in the delegated decision boxes, it is a GLA referable scheme. The Mayor's outlined their comments. I can't obviously speak for the GLA in terms of how they would assess the application. Obviously, they've had sight of it through both pre-application and through the stage 1 process of the application. The Mayor's obviously set out a series of measures around affordable housing, so I would imagine that they would give weight to the provision of the housing as part of this application. But as to their determination, I can't speak for them, but their comments are in the committee report before members.
Thank you. I'm looking again at the conditions attached. Number 19 and number 20 specifically relates to cycling and active travel. I respect that there are some extra care homes involved in that, so there's unlikely to be lots of cyclists from that part. But Are we future-proofing this, do we think, with the provision for cycling? Because it is something that in the last 5 years alone, in all of our wards across the borough, we've seen a lot of. So are the officers quite confident that the provisions in here are future-proofing this?
Yes, the cycle parking is extensive on the scheme and meets the policy tests of RBKC and of the London Plan, and we're confident that it will meet the needs of the application and the residents that will be occupying the site in the future.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yes, it's just about, well, this is in 1.27 in the report. The development also seeks to improve the flood defence to the Chelsea Creek, provision of a new wall, and an objection has been received from the Environment Agency, which set out the material considerations the LPA and the lead local flood authority have put forward. I'm trying to cross-reference that with the rest of the report, and I'm just failing. So could you do me a favour, please, and elucidate just what's going on with the flood defence?
Of course. So as part of the application, the applicant is committing to undertaking commitments to create a new flood defence along the creek side. That would meet the Thames Estuary 2100 flood defence limitations, so that's a positive. The site lies on high ground, so ultimately that flood defence would be in place to prevent subsidence into the creek rather than necessarily water flowing into the site. The Environment Agency have concerns about the long-term maintenance of the Chelsea Creek flood defence wall in terms of accessibility. Obviously, the flood defence would be a new piece of infrastructure and I'm sure would be subject to monitoring by the applicant team. We've also put in provisions to help with any emergency access required for any potential failures or faults with that wall. That includes removal of the benches and some of the trees, although to be replaced, if the Environment Agency were required to access the wall to undertake repairs to it. So that's built into the legal agreement and the heads of terms in the officer report. We've also are the acting lead flood authority, and our flood officers have assessed all of the information submitted by the applicant and are satisfied with the details as they've come forward for the Chelsea Creek wall.
Yeah, that's usually what I look for. So thank you very much. In other words, it would be fair for me just to summarise as the initial objections or concerns were about long-term management rather than the design itself, and that there have been provisions made, as I have seen in the rest of the report. Yeah, is that fair?
Yes, the primary concern is around accessibility to maintain the wall should there be issues. As we've set out, there are a number of measures in the heads of terms to address that. And in addition, the applicant would need to seek a permit from the Environment Agency outside of the planning process.
Got it, thank you.
Very good. Any other questions? No? Okay, well, thank you very much indeed. So we move on. We need to make a decision, colleagues, about this application. I think the final slide in Emma Gore's presentation, the planning balance, I think is quite a useful one. We start off with obviously land use. Fortunately, no one's yet proposed that car pounds are some kind of protected use. So replacing that with housing and public open space, I think, must be welcomed. The housing offer, I think Councillor Benton rightly said, it's rather common at this committee to have a conversation along the lines of, well, here are reasons why there can't be as much, usually it's affordable housing, as many would like. In this case, there is obviously the quantum of housing is considerable, and also the affordable extra care accommodation is something which I think I'm right in saying is a long-term commitment of the council. It goes back a number of years to, I think, when an old care home, I think, was sold. It's something that I know is been a priority for a long time. I think in terms of design and heritage and living conditions, I think the buildings, they're modern buildings. I think they're reasonable. You know, when built, assuming the materials are of a high quality, then I think you know, the development should look reasonable. I think this question of sort of canyonization of Lots Road, yes, I mean, personally, I would have said that 5 stories was the absolute limit of what would be acceptable. I think if it was something taller proposed actually on Lots Road, then I could see that would be unacceptable. But I think 5 is probably okay. And we have to remember just how large the buildings in the vicinity are or are going to be not far away in Hammersmith and Fulham. Finally, I think we've heard about transport and environment. I think that the suggestion that the CTMP for this would need to come back to would probably be a planning applications committee. I think that's probably a reasonable idea. I don't know what colleagues feel. I think that would be something sensible because clearly, you know, there's been a great deal of building work over the last 10, 20 years in Lots Road and around Lots Road, and I think getting the CTMP right I think is important matter. But overall, I would feel that principally because of the housing, I think this is something which we really do need in this borough, new housing. And I think for me, that's probably what tips the balance towards the acceptability of what's proposed on balance. But colleagues, what do you think? Lloyd, do you want to go first?
Yes, thank you, Chair. That's very useful. In fact, we listened very carefully to what the objectors and indeed the ward councillors that have been speaking to many residents I know about this issue. I would agree with exactly what you say, and I think it is important to bring the CTMP back to a Planning Applications Committee in the future, and I think that would be a very reasonable ask. Thank you.
Yes, look, I have a strong feeling that there's going to be a good level of cooperation between the applicant and local residents, as there has already been on things like CTMP, and it is very useful for local residents who know absolutely how traffic flows work and how it could best be operated. It is slightly difficult at Planning Applications Committee if a whole new set of councillors who haven't had the opportunity to get up the curve on the entirety of the scheme, which is obviously much bigger than often you see at Planning Applications Committee. But I would think that maybe if it is all agreed, then it may not be necessary to have it go to a PAC, but it's a good incentive for the local organisations and local residents to say that they are agreeing it, and therefore it isn't forced to go to PAC. But I don't know how you would. I think it's fine to condition that it would come, but if there are no objections to it, then it would seem that it should go ahead, and there's obviously the right agreement has been reached. I don't know how you would write that into the rules, though, so it may just come to PAC anyway.
I think that's fair comment. Fair comment, Sam. Toby, do you have anything particular to add? Would you like to?
Only that, assuming this CTMP issue, I agree with what all my colleagues have said on that, and there's an ongoing engagement, which I don't want to necessarily predict, but my sense is that is not going to be an issue. And to be quite honest, the public good of the housing and the community use of the space outweighs other concerns for me.
Thank you very much for that. if I can just very quickly turn to officers and say the Councillor Mackover's point about CTMP coming back to committee, can we give mechanism to that? So in other words, it sounds as though generally speaking, local residents and the applicant have worked together in quite a sensible way on all of these things. That if agreement is reached, then there's no need in pointlessly having items on committee agendas. But if there were issues that needed member attention, then I think it would be right that we'd said that they would have to come to members. Does that make sense? So can we sort of formulate that, or is it difficult? Lorna.
Yeah, it is condition 27 we're talking about, which... well, are we talking about the construction traffic management plan? Yeah, which is 27. Yeah, no development save for demolition shall commence until a construction traffic management plan has been submitted to and approved in writing by the local planning authority. What we could add is that the CTMP has to come back to committee if there have been objections to it. I mean, I don't know if specify how, if there's objections to it, then maybe it comes back to committee. Yes. If there are no objections, then it can be determined, approved, whatever, by officers. So,
good. Thank you very much indeed. Sorry, I think that's, yeah, I think that makes sense, doesn't it?
Just to ask if members are talking about just the CTMP, which is condition 27, or if they're also making reference to condition 26 for the demolition traffic construction management plan, just to confirm if they're talking about both or just 27.
Chair.
All right. I think the consensus, I think, is that probably both. We should probably, and the same wording could apply in each case. That if right. Okay, thank you very much indeed for that. Well, in that case, I think we can make a decision. So the recommendations are set out in paragraph 134 of the report. And if we can just add in what we've just discussed about the demolition and also CTMP conditions. So that will be a slight changing of wording, which officers can amend as necessary. So on that basis, the recommendation is to approve the application, which will then head off to the GLA. Could I see those in favour of the recommendation, please? So the recommendation is agreed. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. That concludes consideration of Lots Road. I'm going to formally propose that the committee adjourn until 6:30. I would like to propose that. Is that seconded? Councillor Mackover seconds. Can I see those in favour of an adjournment? That is agreed. Okay. Thank you very much indeed, everyone. Thank you. We're just waiting for a few more members of the public to be seated, so we'll start shortly. Okay, I think we can resume. Just to explain, this is actually we had an adjournment, and now we're resuming a meeting which in fact started at 4:30. So we need to. There are a few preliminaries which I'd just like to explain. I'm Councillor James Husband. I'm the chairman of the Planning Committee. To my right are my fellow councillors. It will be the five of us who will be making the decision on the matter in front of us this evening. To my left, we're joined by officers who will be presenting the reports and offering us advice as we go through the evening. And they are led by Amanda Reid, who's the Director of Planning. Amanda's sitting on my immediate left. Now, since we started at 4:30, Councillor Lane has been able to join us. Can I just ask, do you have any declarations of interest?
No, Chairman, I have none.
And do you have any other declarations?
No, Chairman.
No. Okay, very good. Thank you very much. Well, in that case, I think we can resume. We'll just let these members of the public take their places and find a seat, and then we will start. So this is the application relating to the major Earls Court development, and it's going to be introduced by Martin Lomas. I think, Martin, you're going to do this, aren't you? So, Martin, please, whenever you're ready, go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm going to take you through a short presentation summarising the proposals before you tonight. This is a hybrid planning application for a mixed-use development of the site. Sorry, Chairman, it's not showing on the screen, so just a short pause. Thank you. I'll continue. So on the first slide, I just thought it'd be useful to remind members of the pre-existing condition of the site, the Earls Court Exhibition Centre 1 and 2. This view has Warwick Road in the foreground, and a reminder that planning permission has previously been granted for the development of this site in 2013, and the exhibition centres were demolished in 2015. The site today is cleared following that demolition. On this slide, you can see the borough boundary, which is broadly contiguous with the West London line, but not exactly, and it's denoted by the dotted line in the centre of the image. The grey strips following the crescent contour indicate the locations of subsurface tunnels serving the district line, and the Piccadilly line low-level tunnels run immediately adjacent to the back of properties on Philbeach Gardens. In the centre of the site is the most prominent remaining structure, referred to as the Table, which was part of the former exhibition centre decking over the West London line. One Cluny Mews, referred to in the report as the satellite site, can be seen in the top right corner on this image. As set out in the report, the site forms part of the Earls Court and West Kensington Opportunity Area, identified in the London Plan of one of London's key sites for homes and jobs. The London Plan indicates a capacity for 6,500 homes and 5,000 indicative jobs across the entire site. That's land in RBKC and LBHF. The site is further allocated in the RBKC local plan, forming one of two opportunity areas in the borough, and these are identified as accommodating most of the growth within the borough. This plan shows the extent of the allocation in the RBKC local plan. And this is a summary of the site allocation policy SA2 in the local plan, which sets out the requirements for the development of the site. The key requirements are for 1,050 or more homes, around 40,000 square metres or more non-residential floor space, cultural facilities to enable the creation of cultural activity of international quality, a new public park, and social and community uses. The site allocation also sets out a number of principles, including townscape principles. Page 14 of the report sets out the site allocation in full. Building heights are one such key guiding principle. This slide shows the areas appropriate for tall buildings, denoted as A, B, and C, and areas which are not suitable for tall buildings, which also include indicative appropriate building heights. The general principle is for lower buildings on the edges adjacent to Eardley Crescent and Philbeach Gardens, rising towards the centre of the site, with a small location identified as C for the tallest buildings on the site. The key planning designations are shown on this slide, although quite difficult to read. Hopefully you can navigate through it. The site is surrounded by conservation areas to the east and south. St Cuthbert's Church is listed Grade 1 and can be seen on Philbeach Gardens. Brompton Cemetery is a Grade 1 park and garden, a conservation area, and contains numerous listed structures. Earls Court and West Brompton stations are also Grade 2 listed, and you can see TPO designations denoted by the trees on that slide. Moving on to the planning application proposals, this is a cross-boundary master plan approach. However, unlike the previous scheme you saw before you today, the application is not a cross-boundary planning application where two identical applications have been submitted to each borough. Two separate planning applications have been submitted to each relevant authority. The RBKC application is denoted by the red line on this plan and is broadly the same as the site allocation area. Members are considering the application for development within this area. As I've already said, the application is a hybrid planning application, meaning it's been submitted part in full or detailed and part in outline. The detailed component is the same as any full application for planning permission and contains detailed drawings for approval. The outline component seeks permission for the general principles of redevelopment and would be subject to further reserved matters applications. The key documents controlling the outline component are the parameter plans, which define the physical framework and spatial layout and arrangement of the development, the development specification, which defines and describes the proposed development, including land uses and the quantum of development, and the design code, which provides the design rules and guidance for any future reserved matters. Within RBKC, permission is sought for 246,058 square metres of development. It is broken down between the outline and detailed component as shown on the slide. The development of the site has been segmented into development zones, as can be seen in the image on the left. Each development zone is indicated in grey, with the salmon colour denoting all areas of public realm. The development zones have further been segmented into development plots, and this can be seen in the image on the right. For information, the tight hatching on the plan on the right indicates a public route through the development zone. The looser hatching denotes development zone L, and this is the development zone that forms the detailed application, with all other development zones and public realm in outline. An illustrative master plan has been produced to assist with the assessment. The illustrative master plan broadly conforms with the aforementioned control documents and can be seen here for reference. So firstly, the detailed component. This image shows development zone L, previously referred to, and this is the detailed component. It consists of two buildings referred to as ECO5 and ECO6. They are the development plot references. And there's also an area of public realm between the buildings the applicant has named currently Warwick Walk. This visual illustrates the detailed application alongside the illustrative scheme, which is helpful for context. This is looking west. Phil Beach Gardens is in the lower right, the West London line in the centre right. All development in the top of the image is in LBHF. The detailed application would provide 310 homes, 108 affordable homes in ECO6 and 202 market homes in ECO5. ECO6 consists of a 20-storey building. ECO5 comprises a 27-storey tower above a 7-storey mansion block and 2 3-storey townhouses, all indicated in that image. This illustration shows the land uses at Table Park level. Within ECO6, a nursery is proposed with a dedicated outdoor space and can be seen on the right of the image. 2 food and beverage units are proposed in the base of ECO5 facing the Table Park, and they can be seen in the top of the image. You can also appreciate in this image the land level differences between the proposed Warwick Crescent, which is the road in the bottom of the image, and the park at the top, and you can see the transition space that Warwick Walk creates. This is an illustration of ECO5 seen from the park. You can see the food and beverage component in the base of the building, as well as the 27-storey tower. This shows the ECO5 mansion block and townhouses in the foreground. From the other side, Warwick Crescent, the proposed street. ECO6 is in the background of that image. And this shows building ECO6, looking at the prow of the building from LBHF. On the left, that image shows the base of ECO6 on Warwick Crescent. Now moving on to the outline component of the application before you. This slide sets out the maximum amount of each land use that could come forward in the outline component. In addition to that, I have explained in the detailed application. This is not a comprehensive list. That is set out in the committee report, but is a useful list of the main land uses. There's a degree of flexibility built in, and the maximum of each land use could not be provided in total, reminding you there is an overall limit within the outline component of 204,000 square metres. This image shows the land use parameter plan, showing the ground floor uses. The dark blue thick edge shows an active frontage to those buildings at the ground plane. The coloured squares show the permitted land uses within that development zone, and the key references what those land uses are. The top row indicates predominant land uses. These are uses which occupy the largest amount of floor area within any development zone. Where more than one predominant use is stated, this is to allow flexibility for any one or more of those identified uses to occupy the majority of the floor space within the development zone. The bottom row indicates other uses. These relate to other uses that could come forward alongside the predominant uses within the development zone. You can see there's a degree of flexibility within the land uses that could come forward. And similarly, this shows the upper level parameter plans. Only predominant uses are shown here, and obviously much fewer uses proposed at those levels. And then this slide is just showing the northern section, which was cut off from the previous slides. Building heights are defined by a maximum envelope, and this is illustrated in the image on the left, helpfully. The pink buildings are the detailed application, so represent what is actually applied for. But the remainder of the buildings show the maximum, an illustration of the maximum building envelope that the parameter plans set out. On the right is the illustrative scheme, and it indicates the number of stories of different buildings, which is broadly in line with the maximum envelope, but it shows you how the development could come forward within that envelope. This image indicates where the proposed scheme exceeds the heights of the site allocation that I took you through earlier, and it's denoted by the red areas. Most exceedances are fairly modest, except for ECO 5, which is the 27-storey building in detail I showed you earlier, and this is the greatest exceedance by plus 45 metres, although it does partly overlap Area C. It should be noted that ECO 3 has reduced since this image was produced. ECO 3 is, if you can see my cursor, I can see it's not showing on the screen, so you can't. It's the building to the right. It's kind of not the darkest red, and is to the right of the table park. The proposal also includes key areas of public realm. The table park is the most significant open space in the centre of the site. There are also, within RBKC, 2 entrance squares, one opposite the Warwick Road entrance exit to Earls Court Station, and the other opposite West Brompton Station. The bio line is another key area of public realm, and that is a decking over the West London line. It's proposed to be a nature-focused area where natural habitats are prioritised over human activity. The master plan has been defined by 7 character areas. The 3 main character areas in RBKC are West Brompton in purple, Warwick Crescent in brown, and the table in green. This is also part in LBHF. Parts of Empress Place and a small part of West Kensington character areas are also within the RBKC application. I'm now going to take you through a series of through some illustrative material for these areas to aid with the assessment, but I want to remind you that this application is in outline and this is illustrative at this stage, although helpful. The table character area features the primary destination open space and comprises the table park, the bioline, and public realm in LBHF. The visuals are an illustration of the table park, on the left looking south towards the bioline, on the right looking back towards where the image on the left is taken from. The West Brompton character area is envisaged as a lively quarter with active ground floor uses. There are 2 crescent streets, one a tree-lined crescent connecting the 2 squares opposite Earls Court and West Brompton stations, envisaged as having active ground floor uses, and then a quieter street that runs parallel to the rear of Eardley Crescent. This visual depicts the square opposite the Warwick Road exit to Earls Court Station. West Brompton character area is on the left. This image depicts the square opposite West Brompton Station, the West Brompton character area on the right. And this image depicts the main connecting street with the active uses at ground floor level. And this image depicts the quieter street that backs onto Eardley Crescent. Those buildings are the proposed buildings that are immediately adjacent to the rear of the Eardley Crescent properties. The Warwick Crescent character area forms most of the northern part of the RBKC master plan, and the development zones adjoining the park, including the detail component. The character of this area is expressed as a quiet and contemporary residential area, albeit where buildings abut the park, the character is more active. This visual depicts Warwick Lane, which is a street proposed behind the properties on Philbeach Gardens. Development is set away from the boundaries and is low scale, with the buildings stepping up in height behind. This visual depicts Warwick Crescent, the second street, and this is looking from the base of ECO6, the building that is submitted in detail. This image depicts EC19, and it's a building that sits mainly on the service road behind Philbeach Crescent. And this image depicts the satellite site on the corner of Warwick Road and West Cromwell Road. Still within the same character area, this image shows the entrance to the flexible performance venue in ECO4, adjacent to the Table Park. The venue is around 1,000 square metres and can accommodate 750 people standing, 300 to 400 people seated. The location and illustrative section can be seen here. As previously stated, part of the Empress Place character area is in RBKC. It is effectively half of the building that's on the lower right of this image. Empress Place is one of 3 innovation clusters in the proposed master plan. Empress Place also contains the larger cultural venue, which is part in RBKC and part in LBHF. This image shows the venue from the Table Park. This venue is envisaged as being a split-level performance venue of around 3,500 square metres. An indicative phasing strategy is being proposed. Phase 1 would contain the detail component, the Table Park, and streets and public realm, as well as a number of other development plots. I'm just now going to take you through some of the townscape views. They are in the report along with the assessment, but just useful for your a reminder for tonight. This is a view of the development from Holland Park. The black wire line that you see there is actually the 100 West Cromwell Road development, and not part of the proposal before you, but the remainder is. This is a view from Brompton Cemetery at the southern end of the arcade. You can see the development in the distance. The tallest building there is in LBHF, not part of the proposals before you. This is a view looking down Philbeach Gardens. You can see St Cuthbert's Church. Again, the proposals shown in wireline, representing the maximum extent of development. This image shows the illustrative scheme from a similar viewpoint to help aid with your assessment. This is a view from Eardley Crescent with the junction with Warwick Road. Again, the illustrative scheme shown to aid with assessment. This is a view from the northeast corner of Naverne Square. The tallest building there is a building within LBHF. Again, a view from Naverne Square, this time the south side. The two main buildings you can see in the foreground are ECO5 and ECO6. This is a view from Pennywern Road. The buildings that you can see in detail there are within LBHF. The wireline represents development within RBKC. This is a view from Earls Court Square. Again, you see the development in wireline. This is a view from Kenway Road. Again, the tallest building is in LBHF, but you can also see ECO5 depicted there and development in wireline that's within RBKC. View 17 from Collingham Place. View 18. View 20. That's the last of those views. And then just a summary slide here. The planning balance is set out from page 260 onwards of the report. This slide just summarises some of the key benefits and the heritage harms that the report has set out in full. And that concludes the presentation. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much indeed. We now move to part of the meeting where people who've registered to speak are able to address us. The objectors go first, then applicants, the applicants and supporters who wish to speak. Following that, members, myself and members of the committee can then ask questions of either of the parties. I should say that unfortunately, if you've come as a member of the public, you can't just get up and ask a question, I'm afraid. Only councillors are able to ask questions. And also, it's not permissible for the parties to sort of cross-examine each other. We don't allow that. Now, a number of people have registered to speak. We'll start, as I say, with people objecting to the scheme. Now, there's quite a long list. We're going to start with one of the ward councillors, Councillor Adurian. So, Hamish, I can see you
Chair, yes. I think even though I will be setting out some concerns, I think given the nature of the remarks, I think it may be fairer if I speak with the supporters, if that's okay.
I'm sorry, say it again. You'd prefer to speak
with the supporters? I think it may be fairer, even though on the balance of my remarks, I think it would be possibly fairer. If that's okay.
You're entitled. You're entitled to do that. No, ward councillors get quite a lot of flexibility in exactly how they do this. But if you'd like to do that, then I'm sure that the applicant team will make sure there's enough time for you to be able to speak at some point. In that case, I think Michael Bark. I know you've been doing some coordination with a number of the people who've registered to speak as objectors. So, Michael, would you perhaps like to start the ball rolling? And in total, you have 15 minutes shared with everyone. And I think Councillor Wade, another ward councillor, I think, Linda, you've indicated you would like to speak last among objectors. And I'm sure that's absolutely fine, of course. So, Michael, when you're ready, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. The first thing I would say is, and the impression may be for you too, too big, too dense, too tall. In 2011, this was designated an opportunity area, and it included 3 big housing estates in Hammersmith and Fulham. It was 36 hectares, 4,000 homes. That led to the CAPCO scheme, which was a pretty awful one, and it died a natural death. It was increased in 2016 to 7,500 homes, but it was only when it came to the 2021 site area, it had been halved in size by the deletion of the housing estates, but the reduction in the number of homes, by comparison, was very small. If you look at the site, after deducting all the areas that you can't build on, which is the public realm, the parks, the roads, we would expect all those things, but it basically means that the numbers will be squeezed into less space, resulting in very high net densities. Net densities are the densities on the sites themselves that are built on, and you get tall buildings. ECDC have consistently refused to provide information on the net residential densities, both to us and to the council. We can only estimate, but you can see for yourself how dense they are. This borough has the highest gross housing density in England. It's 75 homes per hectare. Earls Court is probably the highest in the ward in the borough, but ECDC's scheme is twice as dense. The very high densities therefore result in tall buildings. Despite the high density of Earls Court, these proposals represent a radical change in the character due to their height and massing, and they're going to dominate the area. I'd like now to turn to the maximum building heights. The applicant arbitrarily decided to exceed the local plan maximum of 20 stories for this site. ECDC produced a 27-storey building, so that's 7 stories taller than the maximum in the plan, and that's 35% taller. This is a major departure from the local plan that was adopted in July 2024. At the public examination, ECD did mention that they were thinking about this, but the maximum height was endorsed by the inspector and adopted by the council, and ECDC did not challenge the maximum height. You can't just trade away this conflict as is attempted in 120. There's no justification for this departure. The building will be almost as tall as Kensington Forum Hotel and 100 West Cromwell Road. It will be one of the tallest buildings in the borough, and it could cause even more harm than those buildings, given they're next to conservation areas. Oh, yes.
Good evening. My name is Francesco Zibellini. I'm the chair of the Earls Court Society. In the past months, we have attended the applicants' presentations and read many documents, also the most recent of 352 pages. Our conclusion is that this proposal constitutes a serious overdevelopment. As residents, we cannot understand how this is not self-evident and how it has been so heavily underestimated as a decisive planning factor. It holds true under every possible metric. For example, public transport, the tube. In paragraph 9.879, you acknowledge that the development will significantly increase passengers' demand at Earls Court and West Brompton stations. You state that the delivery of 3,900 flags would generate approximately 2,100 two-way trips during the AM peak and 1,600 during the PM peak. These figures have been seriously underestimated. If the development introduces around 10,000 new residents, and if, as projected by the ECDC model, 60% will use the tube, that alone results in approximately 6,000 additional trips in the AM peak and another 6,000 in the PM peak. Add to this the 12,000 office workers, which, using the same logic, produce 7,000 trips in the AM and 7,000 trips in the PM. Even if these journeys were divided among the 3 affected tube stations, they would still exceed what those stations can handle. Yet the report states that while improvements will be required in West Brompton and in West Kensington stations, none are needed in Earls Court. How can this possibly be? In practical terms, it would be like hosting a major Chelsea football match every single weekday at both morning and evening peak hours. That is not just worrying, it is dangerous. We welcome developments, but one of these sites would be very detrimental to our neighbors, and its severe consequences would be felt for generations. Every metric confirms that this is an overdevelopment. Please reject it. Thank you. Sandra.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't understand how it worked. Sandra Yarwood, a long-term resident of Earls Court and Vice Chair of the Earls Court Society. As local residents, I think we could expect from a development where the exhibition used to be to bring something to the local residents as well as to the residents of the actual development. But it's hard to see what it will bring. How many people will it take off the housing waiting list in RBKC? Doesn't look like very many, if at all, in the RBKC section. This is a very high-density development, which is not supported by adequate infrastructure. This proposal would effectively introduce a settlement the size of a small town into an area surrounded on all sides by some of the most congested roads in London without sufficient mitigation. Unlike the previous scheme, the CAPCO scheme, there are no through roads within the site to disperse traffic. Although described as car light, residents will inevitably depend on taxis, delivery vehicles, servicing lorries and bikes. These vehicles will be funneled around the site perimeter onto roads such as Warwick Road, Old Brompton Road, Cromwell Road, Lily Road, which are already heavily congested. The access route is long and complex, increasing the likelihood that taxis will wait in surrounding residential streets, with engines idling, creating daily bottlenecks similar to those experienced during major events in the past. The scale of residential and commercial use, particularly cafes and restaurants, will generate large volumes of waste, requiring frequent collections that will further add to the congestion. During the construction period, which may last up to 25 years, up to 176 construction vehicles per day would rely on already overloaded surrounding roads. This raises serious concerns about the deliverability of the traffic management plan and the impact that this will have on the surrounding area.
Good evening. My name is Carolina Gamba, and I'm a resident in Filbich Gardens. I would like to talk about the loss of daylight and sunlight that this overdevelopment will cause in its current proposal. By the developer's own calculation, there will be severe loss of ordinary daylight in over 70 properties in both Elderly Crescent and Filbich Gardens, including the St. Cuthbert Heritage Area. 67 properties will suffer significant loss of sunlight in the same area. And this would be a significant and life-changing for the residents. We urge the Council to protect the residents and require that the building heights be lowered to something more in keeping with the area and not overshadowing it. While we understand that loss of light is sometimes allowed because the development brings other amenities, light is a precious amenity too, and its loss can cause severe mental health problems to the residents. Although light is not the only amenity compromised by this overdevelopment, reducing it so significantly may be one of the hardest to live with. Failing this, and as a last resort, what mitigation will the developers provide? We don't want to end up living in our homes turned in dark prisons, while new flats are sold off plans to people who may rarely be resident. Thank you.
Good evening. Andrew Williams, Park Manager for Kensington Gardens and Brompton Cemetery from the Royal Parks. The Royal Parks is a charity responsible for managing 8 Royal Parks across London, including Brompton Cemetery. It costs around £75 million a year to manage and maintain the entire estate of the Royal Parks, and the charity raises 85% of its income independently. The maintenance of the cemetery comes at a significant cost. It holds 21% of all listed assets managed by the Royal Parks, and first and foremost is still a working cemetery with up to 100 interments annually. It is visited daily by the bereaved and appreciated as a place of peace and tranquility away from the busy streets around it. Having been engaged in the application, we have 2 key areas of concern. Firstly, the level of visual harm impacted upon this historic site, and secondly, the potential deterioration of the cemetery caused through increased footfall. We feel strongly that the applicant's heritage assessment underplays the importance of the northward view from the cemetery, which will be harmed by the scheme, and we note officers agree. We appreciate there is a balance to be achieved in the planning assessment, but we must raise our concerns regarding permanent impact on the cemetery given its heritage importance. Regarding footfall, the application shows that the visitors to the cemetery will increase significantly at peak times because of the development. How will we effectively and safely manage the site as a result, protecting its essential qualities and heritage and without too many controls? This is of great concern to the Royal Parks. The officer must balance harm against the weight of public benefit. However, harm will still occur, and we cannot see how this will be mitigated by the wider scheme benefits. We note officers recognise impact should be mitigated through the financial contributions in the draft Section 106 agreement. For context, renewing the cemetery's pathways to cope with increased footfall will have significant impact on our maintenance budgets, which could cost in excess of £1.5 million, which as a charity we simply do not have. If the scheme is approved, we would welcome further discussion on how the unquestionable impact on the cemetery might be adequately mitigated to protect this historic site for future generations. Thank you.
Name is Lynn Sayer from Barkston Gardens. We should like the Council to consider environmental effects on the existing residents of the Earls Court area, as well as other parts of the borough, both during the construction of the development and once all of it is built and occupied. I use environment in its widest sense, not just the obvious added pollution, which we will inevitably experience from additional traffic at all stages of the project, but also the other aspects which affect our quality of life, including transformation of our skyline, overwhelming pressure on our public transport, and stress on the infrastructure. Impact of all this will be directly affected by the scale of the development as well as the mix. We have heard that because of the difficulty of the site, its shape, and being over existing railway lines, to make it profitable, there has to be a high density of occupied accommodation. When considering all aspects of the project, I ask the Council not to sacrifice our well-being, especially the sewers, water supply, air quality, skyline, and transport, all of our environment, for that of third-party avarice. Thank you.
Hi, Nadia Lam from Earls Court Resident Association. The concern here is also for TfL, the council, regarding parking. Saying that a site is car-free is not realistic. The traffic is already terrible in the area on Warwick Road, Earls Court Road, surrounding areas. So to be realistic, the council needs to think it through a bit better regarding parking cars. The second thing is security. We would like to know really that how the funding of security, as we know, the area has huge problems with antisocial behavior and drug dealing, and we really are worried to see the site become a center for that at night. So there has to be really a well thought out plan financially to put in security and CCTV cameras, because the current situation is only getting worse, and economies go down, crime goes up, always correlates. So that's the main concerns that we wanted to bring to the table.
Charities. I'm here on behalf of Refectorio Felix at St Cuthbert Centre. We are a registered charity that's operated from our centre in Fulbeach Hall in Fulbeach Garden for over 35 years. Our centre borders the proposed development. We support a community of older, homeless and socially isolated guests with a free 3-course lunch and wraparound support services, including practical assistance, mental health support, counselling, psychotherapy and hosted caseworkers. We support those experiencing homelessness, poverty, social isolation and physical and mental health challenges, many of whom are residents from RBKC, LBHF and the surrounding boroughs. Our main concern is the commercial building that is proposed extremely close to our premises. There is a severe loss of daylight and sunlight, with daylight losses up to 61.6%, far exceeding BRE guidelines. It will fundamentally alter the character of our hall, rendering it unsuitable for therapeutic services, daily lunch service, wraparound support and community events. It will impact essential services. Therapeutic services require a quiet and private and peaceful setting. The proposed development proximity and scale, combined with anticipated noise, disruption and visual intrusion during construction, will compromise these services. It will threaten our financial sustainability. We rely on hall hire and fundraising events to sustain our service. And we won't be able to derive this necessary income with the changed character of the hall. There's the flood risk and structural concerns, and privacy and dignity. Many of those we support are in crisis or recovery and rely on the discretion and dignity that our space currently provides. We therefore request a reassessment of the proposed building heights, massing and proximity in light, given the severe daylight, sunlight losses and sensitive nature of our work. Mitigation messages to reduce overshadowing and preserving the amenity of neighbouring community facilities, considering the cumulative impact of a charity that serves over 30,000 free lunches a year and supports a community of 1,600 individuals, and to recognise the role of our charity as a community-serving organisation and the importance of protecting such places in urban planning. We have noted our objections but have had no communications, and this is why we're here tonight representing the community we support. We'd like a meeting to discuss our concerns and the impact the proposed development will have on some of the most in need of our local community. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. I think time is more or less up, but Linda, do you want to conclude? Sorry, say again?
We've got Tarek, who's registered to speak. Is it possible? Is it very short,
well,
Tarek?
your time is up. Do you want to just say a word or two, just very briefly, and then Linda, Councillor Wade will conclude.
Hello. Right, I'm Tarek Heidi. I'm from Mines United Sports Club, CIC. We're neighbours with St Cuthbert's Church on 1 Cluny Mews. The building we use is an active, valued community asset, providing office space and supporting people through mental health and wellbeing activities. We're partners with the NHS. Our service users are homeless, have mental health and disabilities. They're very hard to reach. If the application is approved, Phase 1 would place the organisations and their service users at immediate risk of displacement. We are therefore asking the committee to address these issues before approving the application, if it is to be approved. We would like to build trust and a better relationship with ECDC. The first detailed designs dated March 2024 show that Cluny Mews was not in Phase 1, on page 14. The phasing strategy dated July 2024 shows Cluny Mews is in Phase 1, on page 8, despite no direct consultation with the community organisations in the building. My family have lived in Earls Court for 39 years. I went to St Cuthbert School and I used to attend Earls Court Youth Club. Mines United deliver a wide range of sports, education and employment opportunities for vulnerable adults, and we've been based in 1 Cluny Mews since 2021. We're funded by 3-year grants from RBKC Council, National Lottery, City Bridge Foundation and Kensington and Chelsea Foundation, Improving Mental Health Grant, to deliver services in the borough for people with mental health issues. We were only made aware of the changes via email in September 2025 from an email sent to my personal account from the RBKC Planning Committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Wade, there's a little bit of time left if you'd like to make a few concluding remarks.
Thank you very much, Chair. Earls Court residents are going to be impacted by this development for up to 19 years, particularly those that live in Erdley Crescent, Filbeach Gardens and Warwick Road, with an application that represents overdevelopment. Earls Court Ward is covered by conservation areas. These are heritage assets as well as the important St Cuthbert's Church and Clergy House, and they all need protection. That the fixed space community offer is apparently unachievable to financial viability is unacceptable. This has been promised repeatedly in presentations to residents, and this needs to be challenged. The community space offer in LBHF is not accessible to many in Earls Court, while the entire 44 acres project carries the Earls Court name. Of importance to the wider area is the long-term negative impact on Earls Court Road, referred to in the officer's report, which cannot be adequately addressed by the present level of financial contribution. It is essential that the borough and developer are proactive in ensuring that a positive future is planned and guaranteed for Earls Court. I'm specifically concerned about EC 19, deemed to be unfit for families, but okay for single units. If it's unsuitable, find another space and place accommodation elsewhere. I ask that the construction traffic management plan come back to committee given the Met's withdrawal from enforcement of red routes. This would enable a more detailed scrutiny of the environmental impact of the development and provide protection for residents, including nighttime working, dust and traffic. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much indeed. Very good. So there will be opportunity for us to ask questions later after we've heard from the applicant team. Excuse me. Mr. Heasman, are you going to start? Please go ahead, sir.
Good evening, councillors. I'm Rob Heasman, Chief Executive of the Earls Court Development Company. Firstly, I'd like to thank everyone who has worked with us over the last 5 years in the consideration and evolution of the proposals in front of you tonight. There have been many voices, opinions, and we have listened to all. For more than 150 years, Earls Court was the place where big ideas took shape. After a decade of dereliction and having rescued this distressed site, our mission is very simple: to put Earls Court back on the map as one of London's great places. Our master plan will deliver around 4,000 new homes, 35% of which will be affordable, and 12,000 jobs, making a significant contribution to RBKC's housing and economic priorities. This includes homes of a mix of tenures, as well as new workspaces, shops, restaurants, cultural venues set within a beautiful sequence of public open spaces. At the heart of the scheme is a commitment to design excellence. Our design principles focus on creating human-scaled, inclusive, sustainable neighbourhood, and high-quality architecture, generous public spaces and streets designed for people first. This project embeds low-carbon, climate-resilient design throughout, supporting the borough's climate ambitions. We've demonstrated our long-term commitment through our active collaboration and engagement with all stakeholders, and by bringing global attractions to site, welcoming over 1 million people onto site since 2021, a clear indication of what can follow in the next stage. We are committed to being a long-term partner with the Royal Borough, and the benefits are clear: new homes and jobs and economic gain for local businesses and high streets such as the Earls Court Road, and sustained investment in public realm and community infrastructure. But this is just the start. We're ready to deliver. Detailed designs for the first buildings have been submitted, and we seek to transform this vacant site into a new district for the future of London. Your decision tonight marks an important milestone for this city and for the Royal Borough to deliver on so many of its ambitions. Approval tonight would mean the full comprehensive master plan for this iconic site has the certainty it needs to move forward. I'll now hand to our Head of Design, Sharon Giffen, who will speak in more detail about our design vision. Thank you.
Thank you, Rob. It is a privilege to be leading on the design vision for Earls Court. For this place means a lot to me. It is part of my own life story. Earls Court has always been a place that has welcomed people and given them opportunity. Like my parents who arrived here from Colombia and Ireland, two troubled countries in the 1970s. They met in Earls Court, they fell in love, and they settled here just off the Earls Court Road in Coltfield Gardens. This place gave them the start they needed to make a better life for themselves and for my family. We are a small team based on site for nearly 5 years now, and we're passionate about working with local people collaboratively and genuinely. And I and the rest of the team have got to know hundreds of residents, business owners, amenity groups, and people genuinely interested in shaping our proposals. And engagement has shaped our proposals, and we've learnt so much along the way. We have reached out to thousands of people over the last 5 years, to workshops and events where people have shaped the themes that we've discussed and met our design team. Our plans have been shaped with your officers, amenity groups, ward councillors. The design review panels have applauded and commended our proposals. And we've learnt 3 key things over the last 4 years. The priorities that people want for this site, the need to create a resilient and deliverable plan for the future, and the wish for high-quality buildings and spaces. So what do people want to see at Earls Court? We heard time and time again the need for open space, for homes and for culture. And the result is a master plan that dedicates over half of the site to public open green space, with a generous network of exhibition gardens, tree-lined streets, and a 4.5-acre urban park at its heart. We have brought together 8 world-class architect practices who have responded to the feedback, increasing open space, reducing density, and creating a variety of beautiful buildings which respect the architectural legacy of the site and the area, whilst addressing the design challenges we face today and in the future. And through our plan for long-term sustainable stewardship, we will create a resilient and climate-proof new piece of city, bringing nature and innovation together. This all comes together in the nationally recognised design code created with your officers, our public realm inclusion panel, and local residents. It will ensure the quality and integrity of the master plan that you see today and ensure that we will deliver as you expect. To conclude, we are committed to bringing the highest quality of care to every part of this 44-acre site. Our ambition is that many more families, like my own, will begin their stories and have the opportunity at Earls Court that I was able to enjoy. And now I'd like to introduce Abdi, manager of the Earls Court Youth Club.
Good evening. Good evening, councillors. My name is Abdi Aiden, and I currently manage the Earls Court Youth Club on Ifield Road, and I've been working in the borough for some 25 years plus. You have heard a range of opinions already tonight, but our young people's voice also need to be heard. And some of their families are here tonight in support of this application. ECDC have shown a real commitment to investing in the borough's young people. They have really supported local students and young people in developing careers in architect and engineering, helping one of our members to a paid year-long placement. The importance of unlocking jobs for young people must not be underestimated. Through the Living Wall, Warwick Road Art Project with Alison Jackson, the Public Realm Inclusivity Panel, they have listened to our young people, changing their plans for the better. It is rare for young people to have a real say in what happens in the community, but here they do. The importance of unlocking jobs for young people must not be underestimated, as I said already. These plans will provide 3,000 jobs during construction, 12,000 when completed. I'm confident ECDC's commitment to working with grassroots organizations in the borough will help local young people access these. On top of young people's priority is green spaces. How there is a little, most of the spaces in Earls Court areas is private, and their families, and what we're really looking for is space for them to enjoy. The new park in this application will help to change that. I'm also pleased that ECDC has listened to the needs for a dedicated community space and could host a youth service within the borough. This is especially important for Earls Court, where our population continues to grow, but the space the community uses are scarce. When considering this application, I ask that you consider our young people's voice, and the project this project will enable the potential of our young people, giving them a green space, homes, opportunities, and jobs on their doorstep.
Good evening. My name is Caroline Todd Richardson, founder and director of the Earls Court International Film Festival, an organisation that not only puts films on, but makes them in Earls Court. I've asked to speak here today, not just as an arts advocate, but as a local resident, deeply invested in the future of the area. I applaud the success that ECDC has already made in bringing culture back onto the site, a staggering 1 million visitors already. Over the past 11 years of the festival, we have shown that Earls Court is a place where film and culture can thrive. However, our grassroots efforts have reached a ceiling, and we need the permanent, sustainable cultural infrastructure that I feel the master plan will bring. Cultural spaces matter because they are where communities discover and celebrate who they are. This master plan promises 3 state-of-the-art cultural spaces, as well as a cinema, places for rehearsal, making and storytelling. These are spaces that will foster a sense of cross-generational warmth, diversity, inclusion and acceptance, where everyone belongs. I believe these proposals will create a place that will serve our community and will be the engine of the British creative sector. A place where a filmmaker sees their work on the big screen for the first time, and communities come together to have a shared experience in Earls Court once again. By approving this application, you will transform this derelict site into a beating cultural heart. I urge the Planning Committee to recognise this once-in-a-generation opportunity. Thank you.
Good evening, councillors, and thank you, Caroline. My name is Tom Branton, and I'm responsible for the delivery of the detailed buildings in this application and for delivering our cultural vision. We have spent the past 4 years engaging with local and global institutions in preparing our cultural strategy, understanding what the borough and London needs, and how to meet the aspiration of the council to bring world-class culture back to Earls Court. We've already begun to deliver in this aspiration with our cultural attractions that we have hosted on site, making new memories, supporting local business, and once again, Earls Court is known as a destination for culture. Building on this success, our proposals will deliver 3 new venues, 2 of which are in your borough. Together, these form a cultural ecosystem to nurture talent with space for making, exhibiting, rehearsing, and performance, setting Earls Court apart from other destinations. Our first phase in your borough includes 410 homes, a 200-room hotel, a community nursery for up to 70 children, restaurants, and crucially, the first cultural venue. The first phase also includes the 4.5-acre park, which forms part of a range of new public spaces, including the Floral Amphitheatre at Warwick Square, which is inspired by the historic steps of the exhibition centre. The development will bring significant investment locally, with increased footfall and dwell time across the local area from residents and workers from day one. As part of this, we are pleased to be supporting the Earls Court Road bid and broader initiatives to support the existing town centre, ensuring that the future of our site generates investment for all of Earls Court. As part of our ongoing support for the wider community, we have worked closely with officers to incorporate space for a new youth hub on site to be delivered for the borough, meeting the identified need for local young people to benefit from the opportunity the site brings, which Abdi referred to earlier, and reflecting the fact that the Earls Court Youth Club is oversubscribed. We are committed to the highest level of quality of design and have demonstrated this in the detailed buildings that are part of the hybrid application, which have been delivered by Sterling Prize-winning architects McCrane Lavington, and this is recognised in the officer's report. Importantly, these buildings provide 310 high-quality homes, 108 of which are affordable, meeting the local need. All homes are designed to exceed minimum standards, 92% are dual aspect, and they will achieve the highest standards of fire safety. These buildings will be constructed with care, they will be safe, secure, and will provide homes that a range of people will be proud of. As master developer of the site, we are committed to long-term stewardship and curation of the estate in order that it will complement and enhance the surrounding communities. Our plans deliver for Kensington and Chelsea up to 1,400 new homes, with 424 of them being affordable, alongside workspace for up to 5,000 jobs, and a new neighbourhood centre that supports the Council's vision for the site. This will be delivered in partnership with you, the Council, to ensure that we can bring this vision to life together.
Thank you, Tom. I am Emma Dandy, the Head of Planning at ECDC. I'm across the detail of the application and can field any questions you may have in due course. I'll be assisted by members of our team. The officer group have prepared a very robust and comprehensive committee report, which clearly sets out that the planning application complies with the development plan when read as a whole, that there are no material considerations which outweigh the presumption in favour of the grant of planning permission, that there are many significant benefits arising from the scheme. We do hope that you feel able to resolve to grant planning permission this evening. I will now hand over to Toby and Brian at the back. Thank you.
Hello, Toby Brown, Chairman of the Earls Court Community Trust and local businessman. Now, Earls Court Development Company said they're going to bring back the wonder to Earls Court, and I sincerely believe they will. I'm in my little corner of Earls Court with Caroline and Addy and Linda, do our very best to bring a bit of wonder to Earls Court every day, and I really believe these guys will, and I support anyone and anything who will try to do that. But it's not all the new houses and social housing, you know, large proportion of going into the site, the new parks, the theatres that I'm most excited about. It's all the new business that will go to the existing businesses, which has suffered so greatly since the exhibition centre closed down. Walking down the old Brompton Road earlier, it was a pretty sad walk to see so many restaurants completely empty. The Troubadour, the iconic Troubadour where Jimi Hendrix once played, was empty. You know, it was once 3 buildings, now is 1. It's a shadow of its former self. And you know, it's amazing how much business it lost off the back of those exhibition centres going. We've looked too long now at a dust bowl of nothing. It's time to make something happen, so I support this bid and really hope it goes through. Let's make the wonder happen.
Brian Stevens, resident in Earls Court as well. I recognise a number of the challenges that have been made by the objectors and share some of the concerns. Certainly the lack of parking in the development is a challenge, especially considering Earls Court needs more owner-occupier residences. But unfortunately, the whole development is sort of stuck with the straitjacket that is the London plan, which basically outlaws any parking anymore. So unfortunately, we're stuck with this kind of monstrous London plan, which is constraining the ability to get some common sense. But that said, I would like to say the applicant has worked very well with us locally, and very pleased to see that the cycle lane on Warwick Road, which was an absolute abomination, was removed. That was based on a lot of criticism and pushing that me and colleagues did over a number of months, so thank you for that. I guess the last point I'll make really is around housing mix, and perhaps it's something the committee could consider is perhaps the straitjacket of the London plan is forcing a housing mix on the developer that is essentially driving some of the height challenges that the objectors are raising. I think on balance, whilst I have and share some of the concerns of the residents, I do sort of have more sort of recently moved towards Toby's opinion that we just need to get on with it. The mood on the doorstep is very much, why can't they just get on with it? So I think in balance that's kind of where I stand on it, and I would like to see this move forward now onto the next phase. Over to Hamish.
Thank you, Chair. I will trim down my remarks. Thank you for indulging me. Last November, I broadly welcomed the overall vision that was set out by the application. But, as members of the committee will have seen, I set out a range of concerns in my detailed submission to the committee around family housing, parking, architecture, density, affordability, vision drift, and so on. I won't repeat everything in detail. Happy to answer questions about them. However, I have had to ask myself whether these concerns, either individually or collectively, are so overwhelming as to actually compel me to argue for a pause, or indeed for this to go back to the drawing board. There are times, as we all know, when it is right just to say no, to hold out for something better. In considering this, it's also my responsibility to think about the risks of leaving the site fallow for longer, the risk of having the GLA impose amendments that we would find unfavourable, the risk of leaving Earls Court without the inward investment that it needs, the risk of sending the signal that we are not open for business. We also have to consider all of the many benefits of the application which have been set out, and I won't repeat. And I think all those things together may well make it work. And a development of this scale and duration as well, I think we need to remember, will be subject to many conditions, controls, many future planning applications and revisions. Today is hardly the end of a process, but I think merely the starting point. So again, on balance, Chair and members of the committee, I would like to ask, subject to the many conditions already in the report, and I would also ask for a full discussion this evening on Section 106 funding to give this a chance to approve this application and get Earls Court moving. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. And thank you to everyone who spoke. Colleagues, questions? Who would like to go first? Who wants to go first? Toby.
Thank you, Chair. So just to begin, looking at the objections and listening to the objectors tonight, I'm not sure that they're really coming from the London plan. I think they're coming from the objectors' own living situation and their own concerns. I'm also not sure that anyone can really claim to be speaking for young people when there are no young people here speaking. I'm sure there are objectors who could also make the same claim. I suppose this is quite broad, but what I'm hearing and this isn't actually from objectors either, this is from our own officer's report and from statutory consultants, which are to be given a lot of weight in these proceedings. So what I'm hearing from a mixture of our own officers and consultants, so we have adverse effect of character and views and heritage assets, light and enclosure, massing, transport strains, which haven't really been addressed. The housing is not considered adequate for our needs, and it's going to adversely affect our parks, including the cemetery. And these are just the things that I'm reading. I'm not really getting this tonight. I'm getting this from the reports. So I suppose my question is to the applicant, why would, I'm not quite clear. I mean, there's going to be a park, there's going to be office space, there's going to be S106, there might be a film festival. I'd really like to hear what benefit is going to come from, which is going to counterbalance all of the objectives that I've read in this report. And I will just add, before I allow you to answer, excuse me for speaking so long, that the words always, it doesn't seem to be, the argument actually that I've read here rather than heard hasn't been this is a great site. The argument has been it's the only viable proposal. Even when other consultants have given different answers about their viability. Right, so my question is, acknowledging all of these objections from our own officers and from statutory consultants, what is the benefit on the ground? Where are the objectors getting it wrong? Where are our officers getting it wrong? Answer how you like.
Thank you, Councillor. There's quite a lot in there. I think we'll probably start just on the overall public benefit package, which has been or will be secured mainly through Section 106, but also through conditions which look to control the development as it is built out. We are looking to provide up to 1,400 new homes, 35% of which by habitable room will be affordable. We're looking at making over £10 million of financial contributions towards borough priorities. That includes health, education, environment, employment.
I'm very sorry to cut you off, because I do understand what the nature of the S106 is. I also understand, this is why I mentioned, the housing in the report, in our own reports, it is said to not be adequate for what we need, right? So that's what I'm addressing. I do understand all of this, and I would like you to answer as you wish. I'm not trying to. You have every opportunity to show me where this is going wrong.
Of course, sorry for any confusion there. I'm going to ask my colleague Tom just to go through the housing in a bit more detail because we've got a good story around that.
Thanks, Emma. Thank you, Councillor. So we have, throughout the process, worked with officers to ensure that we've got the right balance in terms of the housing mix across tenures, and it is a range of tenures. And over the up to 1,400 homes, 35% being affordable by habitable room. That means there's up to 424 new affordable homes provided as part of the application. The homes and the tenures include a range of mixes, whether it's for sale, affordable rents, homes for later living, family-sized homes, or townhouses and apartments, as well as purpose-built student accommodation. And the officer's report acknowledges that the mix in the first affordable building aligns closely with the borough's priorities, and indeed the mix of the affordable elements aligns closer to the borough's priorities. It recognises that there is some deviation in terms of the private mix, but it also recognises the need to have some flexibility with the nature of the master plan being long-term in nature. I think also, as the report identifies, the Section 106 agreement secures a housing delivery plan. This will ensure that at every stage when we bring forward a reserved matters application, that we look at the housing mix for each phase to ensure it's optimised to align with the borough's priorities as closely as possible. Overall, there is a diverse mix of housing types and tenures that will ensure that the site is vibrant and has a mixed community that will be delivered as part of this application.
Thank you. I'll follow up to the officers, I think, so thank you.
Yeah. Actually, I'd like to follow on from some of the things that Councillor Benton was saying there. Objectors mentioned a couple of things. First of all, about servicing. I think it was Brian Stevens, excuse me, Brian Stevens mentioned that obviously there are constraints of the GLA apparatus that comes into this. But the fact of the matter is that nowadays it only takes a relatively small number of homes to generate a lot of trips from delivery-type vehicles. How are you dealing with that? And the second question I have, which again follows on from what Toby was saying, is this point about safety, because obviously the proposal is for a large development. Are we satisfied that within the development, and I suppose this perhaps it's to do with market housing, where there are concierge, there are people around as a matter of course all the time, about safety and security of a large new development? Because I think one of the last things we would want is to create a space where people could hang around darkness and sort of get on with their business. Perhaps can you address those 2 points, please?
Yes, of course. I'll pick up on servicing and deliveries, and Tom will then deal with the security matters. We already have a site-wide delivery and servicing framework plan, and that will be implemented to manage deliveries. This will include vehicle booking systems to manage demand for deliveries across the day and avoid deliveries during peak periods. We will look at consolidation initiatives including things like parcel lockers within the public realm and within retail outlets, as well as concierge facilities in some buildings. We'll be able to monitor delivery activity and review these arrangements through the Transport Steering Group, which is a commitment we have made, and that will ensure that issues that do arise can be dealt with satisfactorily. Individual plot developers, as they come forward, will need to demonstrate through plot-specific delivery and servicing plans how they will align their deliveries with the site-wide strategy. And Tom, I'll just hand over to you on security.
Thank you, Emma. So we have submitted an estate management strategy and security strategy as part of the application, and the intent is absolutely there will be an estate management company responsible for safety, security, management and maintenance across the estate. This will be 24/7 throughout the year, and it will be connected to both RBKC and Hammersmith and Fulham's local safety security regimes. In RBKC, we've already met with the community safety team, and we're committed to participate in the Borough Resilience Forum, as well as the Community Safety Partnership, and we'll submit periodic reviews of the concept of operations. And we propose as well, as part of the application, that local safer neighbourhood teams and Met Police will benefit from the potential to co-locate with our estate and security teams on site, where there'll be welfare and access to CCTV across the estate. In addition, we have a commitment to working with the Borough to establish the Earls Court bid, to ensure that there is a comprehensive approach across the area to safety, security and management, and we provide a financial commitment towards improvements identified in the Earls Court local area action plan as part of that.
Okay. Thank you very much, Steve. Lloyd.
Thank you. Can I just follow up on the point that Mr. Branton just made about the bid, the Business Improvement District for Earls Court, which is something that many people are very keen on at the moment. Now, I've noticed on page 272 of our report, you're talking about a fee of £1 million towards the town centre. In comparison with the TfL payments, 1.5 million, 3.1 million, 20 million, 650,000, do you think that the £1 million is enough towards the local community and towards to help the bid, or is there something in here that you can add to that?
Thank you, Councillor. Obviously, the £1 million has been identified as an element to contribute towards things that have been outlined in the Earls Court Local Area Action Plan in terms of improvements. The establishment of the bid itself, of which I will suggest over time, our businesses will become quite significant levy payers, will then provide that ongoing funding required to provide the wider maintenance, management and security that's required as part of that bid process. And that's why we think it's a great thing, and that's why we're engaging with it, and we're actually meeting officers tomorrow to discuss how we take it forward.
Thank you. And could I just have one follow-on question to Mr. Heisman, if I may. We've mentioned from some of the residents' objectors about the building heights, which seems to be a very main thing here. Can you confirm that if you didn't have the restraints of the GLA plan, would you have built lower buildings?
I think there's a few things that have kind of informed our plans around building heights. And one thing I would say is we have, when we first came out with the master plan and started consulting on it in January 23, so that's nearly 3 years ago, we had some very clear plans in the consultation which showed alternative means to deliver density. One of which were simple donut blocks of residential properties that could deliver not quite the same density, but a similar amount. But what we found was that that didn't answer the question about how you deliver generosity in terms of public open space, being the absolutely number one thing we heard from residents echoing around every room we were in, okay? And this was during the pandemic. So we came up with a model of how do you respect the sensitive edges of this site, yeah, and surrounding amenity of residents, but how do you also take the opportunity to deliver density in the most sustainable way, and that is through some tall buildings in the most appropriate locations. So this went through a whole process of evolution of our master plan. So the challenge is to deliver the density, cater for the housing need. We all know we're in a housing crisis, and I could be sitting here right now being criticised for not delivering enough housing. So we think what we've struck is the absolute optimal balance that can deliver for the borough, but by respecting neighbouring properties. And I think it's important that I recognise that there is a balance there between ambition and harmony. And we think that we've got that right, taking into account the need to deliver housing, the need to deliver open space, jobs and opportunity, and also, critically, a scheme that economically can support 35% affordable housing.
Just a question to possibly the ward councillors or the lead objector, if I may, for the Earls Court. If the committee was minded to bring the CTMP back to committee, what would you like to see in that, and would that satisfy some of your concerns?
I think that everybody acknowledges that the Earls Court one-way system is sometimes at a gridlock. If you're going to have, and I believe it's at peak time, 178 LGVs and HGVs using, I think, Warwick Road, it's up because most of the access to the site is actually off West Brompton, Warwick Road, and then going under the northern access route. I think we acknowledge that the AM peak, the PM peak, and the interpeak on Warwick Road are probably about the same. So you're going to be increasing the traffic. That's got to be considered. I think the impact on residents in Warwick Road is going to be quite considerable because the actual infrastructure of the road is you know, Thames Water is routinely there trying to mend it. So you've got the heavy vehicles, you've got the repetitive, you've got the weight, and it's you know, one of the most dangerous crossings just opposite Tesco's. Now, we were promised from 100 West Cromwell Road was going to redesign that junction. Now we've got TfL saying they're going to do that junction, and the one on coming up from Finborough Road. But it is still noise, it's still pollution, it's still dust, and the environmental plan for when Capco did the demolition was totally dysfunctional for people who lived in Erdley Crescent and Philbeach Gardens. So we have to have something which is robust, which is enforceable, which is reported to the council and not necessarily the contractor, because otherwise we won't be able to track the problems appropriately. And we have to remember on Warwick Road, we have a high proportion of people in social rented housing and HMOs.
Thank you, Chairman. My objection is to, my question is to the applicant. I know you mentioned the number of jobs that you believe will be created. I think the figure was 12,000. In the context of the rise in unemployment we've seen today from the ONS, 5.1%, could you elaborate further on any steps you'll be taking to ensure that a proportion of that jobs goes to people living in the local area? And what more you can do? We heard a bit about the theatre and about local cultural spaces. What more you're doing to ensure that the plan develops jobs that will go to those who live locally in the area?
Thank you. Yes. We will be implementing a number of measures, which again will be legally bound to do. So we will be looking to implement construction phase skills and training programs on site. We already have the skills centre on site, and that gives us a really great springboard to be able to deliver those types of opportunities. We'll also be looking at end user employment and training contributions, which means not only do construction jobs get kind of focused towards local people, but those end user jobs as well are able to be tied into local people as well. We'll also need to utilise local businesses where possible, so we'll need to have a local procurement strategy in place as well, which is going to be quite important. The training, employment and skills strategy is going to set out targets for apprenticeships, paid and unpaid job placements as set out in the Planning Obligations SPD. And we're going to continue to work with the local schools and education institutions as well to ensure that they have kind of programmed opportunities to ensure that people as they're growing up are kind of starting to have the skills and the knowledge and the understanding of the jobs that could be provided on site. So we're proud of kind of what we've achieved today, and we feel that's going to allow us to really move things forward in a positive and tangible direction.
Thank you. And if I may, Chairman, a question to the objectors. I think Councillor Wade specifically, correct me if I'm wrong, but you made the point that some of the community space is in LBHF and you had concerns that that wasn't accessible to residents that live in Earls Court. I wondered if you could just speak about that a bit further and add some more colour onto what your concerns are in that respect to that point.
Thank you. Earls Court has got very little community space that is available. And if one of the sites that is ultimately going to be removed is one Cluny Mews, and Cluny Mews as a building isn't comparable to the one that is being delivered in Hammersmith and Fulham. So I think that if you've got a community that is going to be impacted for 19 years, actually there should be a payback to the immediate area. We know people, you know, that we got a supplementary school that needs space. We have people who want to do drama. There are a lot of things, including the Earls Court International Film Festival, where you actually need space, just space, to be able to meet and provide different activities, which again engages people. But we've been promised, this kind of in presentations, there will be community space. And then when I read the planning document, and it actually says that this is unachievable due to financial viability. Well, they're using our area, they're using our name, and we'd like a little bit of a payback, because most of the payback is for the people who will be within the development.
And if I may, Chairman, just a final question. Could I ask the applicant to respond to the points made? And I'm just keen to hear how you ensure residents in Earls Court are able to access that community space.
Absolutely. Thank you, Councillor. Yes, our proposals include a commitment to provide a community facility in RBKC. We've actually been in discussions with officers from the Youth Service who've identified there's a need for a youth hub, particularly because Abdi's current Earls Court Youth Centre is oversubscribed. So obviously there's a very clear need to provide that on site. Just in terms of opportunity for local people, I might just add there's been over 475 people employed on site to date, and many of those are local residents. And we also have our cultural operators and providers who provide training opportunities in partnership with the Young Lyric and Lambda, providing opportunities for local young people as well as a wider programme. But yeah, absolutely, there's a commitment within the Section 106 agreement that a new community facility will be provided actually for RBKC to operate as part of the development.
Thank you, Chair. Although I'm not convinced that Councillor Lane wasn't reading my notes, because he just asked my questions in a slightly more focused way than I probably would have. But if I can bring together those last points, specifically about the public use of cultural spaces. I mean, there was mention of rehearsal spaces and various things that you want, and I know from experience, and also in terms of keeping jobs in the local level. I'm not entirely sure I'm convinced that there was mention of the jobs during construction. I don't think there's necessarily, I don't know, I've heard of a mechanism that ensures that you're going to be hiring local kids onto the construction site. But if there's something around that, then that we should know, then I'd be very happy to hear it. Bring it together with the Business Improvement District idea. Now, I understand that those are run on a freeholder basis, like basically the freeholds, not the actual businesses, are the people who have voting decisions in a Business Improvement District. I might be mistaken. That's been how it's presented to me in ward issues, in my role as a councillor. Can you speak about how that would, practically speaking, impact how that would interact with how it's been presented as public use, both for the possible rehearsal space, local community uses, and the park, all of that. So how's that going to interact with the actual running of a business improvement district, because I understand that. I know that, just to be very, very clear, where I represent, there's always a pushback against that because you'd end up with, you know, one guy owns a lot of real estate there, so the businesses wouldn't have a say, so they don't want one. So if you could just sort of explain that to me and how that would interact with the public benefit. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Just to pick up on the culture point specifically, obviously, as you're well aware, we have a number of cultural operators on site at the moment. All of those provide programs for engagement and for community benefit and community access. So many of the local people have been able to enjoy the high quality cultural productions that they offer, in many instances when they wouldn't have been able to. And as part of the application, we've submitted a cultural strategy which identifies the 3 proposed venues, which officers outlined in their overview presentation. These venues, the first venue will be included in the first phase of up to 1,500 square metres. And this venue is kind of a multi-purpose venue that can operate for theatre, performance and music. In terms of open access, obviously as part of the cultural programme, that will be secured. And there is a cultural delivery plan that is secured as part of the Section 106 agreement as well that will set that out. In terms of the bid, just for clarity in terms of Earls Court, the bid doesn't yet exist, so there is a proposal to establish a bid. So obviously in terms of the lessons learned from other bids and other areas, now is the optimum time to incorporate those lessons as part of that process, which has been led by officers. But it's our intention to support that process.
Thank you very much. If I may, a quick follow-up. It's really about with the cultural, because again, this is, and I don't mean to hammer home this, this was not ideal in the officer's report, the cultural centre provisions, and that is mentioned in the report. So my question is, what cultural uses are we talking about? And are they going to be free for, you know, local young people, residents to use? I mean, I'm really wondering what it's going to look like, because there's versions that I love and there's a version that I don't love, if that makes sense.
So in summary, there are 3 key venues as part of a cultural ecosystem. The intent is that there is a wider approach to delivery of culture on site, and there's the opportunity to use some of the affordable workspace provision as part of that to ensure that there's a mix of operators and uses. We have engaged with a wide range of potential operators, well over 100, in the design of those spaces to date. And, you know, the feedback that we've got from those operators is pretty much ubiquitous in terms of, you know, in order to take discussions further, you know, we need to kind of have more certainty around planning. So what we have at the moment is a framework, and that framework gives us the confidence that we'll be able to deliver the cultural strategy and the vision of the council, which I think officers conclude at the end of that section.
Thank you. And Chair, if I could just ask, I mean, I'd like to put it to, I'm not entirely sure by which mechanism, but the development of that kind of thing, I think should very, you know, heavily involve the residents, including the objectors, who I feel maybe aren't feeling as represented as they are now. Beyond that, I can't say, but yeah.
Just brief questions, if I may. One is, I know that local people have raised this. There is a nearby school, Bowersfield School, and the headmistress said there that, please, Lloyd, ask the developers if you could include 2 school teachers in the key worker scheme in this. This would enable them to open in the winter, or if there's strikes, that would be very valuable to local people and local residents. I'll just plant that seed there. And the other one is for veterans. I know you've got big provision here for senior citizens, and I'd like a request that that could be considered as well. And my other question is to the other ward councillor, Councillor Durian. I know that lots of people are very interested in the greening of this, and it's something that hasn't really been brought up yet. There are considerable conditions already in this about the quality of the delivery delivery of the greening, the biodiversity, the trees, damage to trees and to the hard landscaping. Now, this is something that is the early stage of this. I was just going to ask the other ward councillor, Councillor Duran, if there's any additional conditions or any strength that he thinks it needs to be added to this, or does he think that this is adequate?
Thank you for your question, Councillor North. I think the key concern really is about whether these things will be delivered. I think we've all seen far too often the green aspects subject to a last-minute amendment down the line as they are no longer deliverable. So I think that's a concern all round. I don't know what mechanisms there are now to guarantee it, but that is a concern, and that's the answer to your question. I think the second part of the answer would be what sort of benefits we get in the existing community. I think there's already been discussion around Section 106 and funding and how that can be used to deliver further greening in the existing community. I think the £1 million figure is uncertain. It's uncertain what sort of period that covers, for example, and I think I would like to see further consideration of that and how that can be used to support not just greening, but all the other amenities that we'd like to see in the ward. Thank you.
Good. Well, thank you very much indeed, everyone, for answering our questions. Colleagues, we now have the opportunity to ask officers questions. Who'd like to go first on that front? I'll go first, if I may. Can I just ask, we've actually spent a lot of time talking about community facilities and public realm. Can I just be sure that the park, the so-called Table Park, that is something which is tied into the delivery of phase 1? Can I just check that? And is it the Section 106 agreement that does that? Because I think it's important that it actually happens.
Yes, it's tied into phase 1. And if you just bear with me in terms of the Section 106. So item number 32 in the Section 106 table, which would ensure the delivery of the public realm in an appropriate timescale. But effectively, the park is included in phase 1, and the public realm delivery plan will need to demonstrate that and deliver it alongside the remainder of that phase.
Right. Okay. That's good. Point raised just at the end there. Just a quick one about veterans. I know some boroughs have quite elaborate policies about trying to help former members of the armed forces. Has that figured at all in any of the discussions? Or I don't think it's referenced in any of our documents, and I think would it really be a local plan matter? It would be one of these things that would need, as we in due course revise the local plan again, would it be something for that? Or rather than having something put in at this late stage? How would you say it?
It's certainly something that's subject to a lot of discussion, but there are no specific planning policies that require key worker housing. This council has a key worker and intermediate housing allocations policy. It's not a planning policy, it's a housing allocations policy. And allocations are prioritised by the housing team. So obviously key workers can go through that process with our housing colleagues to be allocated into intermediate housing, which this scheme is obviously providing.
All right, very good. I.e., so it's someone else's problem, is the answer to that question. Thank you for them. I understand. To be serious, I understand what you mean about it being a housing matter, housing allocations matter. Colleagues, sorry, I jumped in there to start off with. Councillor Mackover.
Thank you. I just wanted to check the stages that this might go through after our discussion or decision tonight. And I see it as one of the critical parts of the of the recommendation is that this would be moved on to, or be referred to the Mayor of London for decision. And I wanted to check first. I read in the pack there's a 50-page report on the application dated November 2024, where the Mayor's planning team looks at everything we've been discussing and some other issues tonight. Is that their latest position? Has that, or am I looking at the right thing? November 24 is their 50-page document.
Yes, to be unhelpful, the answer is yes and no. So that stage 1 report is their formal report that they submit at stage 1. Stage 1 is when the application is first received by the council. We effectively consult them, and that is their response. They do not then issue a further stage 1 response after amendments have been made to the application and after the applicant and officers within the council have had discussions around areas of concern. So there's a period of working with the GLA to address any particular concerns, but they do not issue further stage 1 responses. We have obviously in this report taken into account all of the amendments that have been made to the application to satisfy any concerns. The application will be referred back to the GLA at stage 2, no matter what the resolution tonight. And that process is for the Mayor to consider whether he calls the application in for his own determination, or he allows the borough to determine the application as they see fit, or the third option is he can direct that the local authority refuses the application. So that will be the stage 2 process after the committee resolution tonight. They will further assess their position at that stage. The other aspect that's non-GLA related that I think is just worth touching on is because it's a cross-borough master plan, is the application to the London Borough of Hammersmith and Fulham has been through their planning committee in November, where they resolved to grant. Obviously, similarly, they will have to refer that application to the Mayor of London as well.
Thank you. That's on that. I'll see if my colleagues don't pick up on another issue, then I'll come back on it. But thank you for that.
Other questions? Anybody? Will and then Lloyd.
Thank you, Chairman. We heard from the objectors earlier some really significant concerns about the pressures on public transport and also the pressures on road traffic. I just wonder whether you can elaborate further on your understanding how steps can be taken, whether through liaising with TfL or the borough's active travel strategy, particularly in relation to aspects like cycling, on how some of those pressures on transport can be mitigated from the perspective of the borough.
So, first and foremost, throughout the application process, the applicant has been working with our transport officers and TfL using the TfL modelling software to assess the likely impacts of the proposal in terms of trip generation, how the trips would be shared between different modes, whether public transport, cycling, walking, or a vehicle. That modelling has been extensive, has been signed off by TfL, has been audited by Jacobs on behalf of TfL, and our transport team have said that modelling is also sound, and has assessed, for instance, the impact on the stations. The view, you'll see in the section 106, there is a contribution of £20 million towards station improvements. TfL have been clear that the majority of that will go towards West Brompton Station. There is a scheme design for gate line and step-free access improvements to that station. Those improvements are required to accommodate the development coming forward. In terms of Earls Court Station, there's been lots of commentary about the impact on that station, particularly the westbound District Line platform, which currently suffers from some overcrowding in particularly the PM peak. The modelling, whilst additional trips are expected, in the view of TfL and our transport colleagues, would not materially worsen the situation. That situation is one that exists. The modelling has taken account of TfL service improvements that are forecast, which includes an increase in the number of trains on the District Line and the improvements to the Piccadilly line, as I understand it. And all the factors taken into account, TfL and our transport colleagues' view is actually the development itself would not cause an impact on Earls Court Station, appreciating that there is concerns about the current congestion that may occur. And we have to acknowledge that, and we have to acknowledge that there would be additional trips made in the AM and particularly the PM peak, which is where the largest effects are, but they are not so significant that mitigation or improvements are required to that station. In terms of vehicle movements, again, it's been looked at by transport colleagues, it's been looked at by TfL, and there is no anticipated severe impact on the existing road network as a result of this development.
Thank you, Chairman. If I may, one further brief question. The applicant spoke about how the development respects the architectural heritage of the area. Considering, at least to my anecdotal knowledge, most buildings in Earls Court are sort of 4 to 5 story neoclassical terrace houses. How, your assessment as the borough, do you believe the applicant has complied with respecting the architectural heritage of the area?
So it's for large-scale developments and particularly opportunity areas, they are expected to deliver a huge quantum of development. And whilst there are policies in the local plan and the London plan that are quite generic, that obviously express development should be contextual and respect existing building heights and design, there's an inherent conflict there with an opportunity area allocation that expects high density development to come forward and deliver the number of homes and other non-residential uses. So the development is never going to be 4-story townhouses. That there is an inherent expectation that there is a character of its own that this development will produce, and it does. That said, from the presentation and in the report, you've seen the design of the detailed proposals, which have been very carefully considered and well designed in the view of officers. Reference to the heritage of the site with the old Earls Court Exhibition Centre building, and the design code, which I didn't summarise in the presentation because it's a 600-page document, but sets out a whole range of controls about how development in the outline component would come forward, has given us confidence that the kind of quality we see in the illustrative scheme and in the design of the detailed component would continue throughout. And whilst the height and density is a step change from what you see, the quality of the proposals that come forward are of very high quality.
Yes, just a brief question. I'm looking on our report at page 274, number 39, which is headed the highway improvements secured under section 278 to include new crossing on Warwick Road, Earls Court Station and footway widening, healthy streets improvements on the junction with Earls Court Road and Old Brompton Road, and the A4 Nevern Warwick Road improvements. Can you explain what that actually is? Because I know that it's been mentioned by one of the ward councillors this evening. Are we talking about a different scheme for that crossing area there on the Warwick Road, or is it just going to be an improvement of?
The applicant in their transport assessment has identified a number of improvements. Some of those are listed there. Others that TfL have set out are listed on page 255 of the report, and also that our transport colleagues have identified on 246 of the report. The idea is that all of these would come forward as part of Section 278 highways works. Obviously, a lot of detailed design, thought and consideration into the actual delivery of those various improvements needs to happen, that effectively the Section 278 process will control. They are that's a requirement because obviously there are improvements to both TfL managed roads and RBKC managed roads, but effectively all those paragraphs and in the Section 106 agreement, all of that would be secured under 278 agreement. And the Transport Working Group, that is identified in the Section 106, if I can find the number for reference, number 38. That Transport Steering Group, which will meet regularly, will constantly review the impact of the development and potential healthy streets improvements that could come forward as part of that, and you'll see there are contributions towards healthy streets improvements, including contingency funds for further identified projects that come forward through the Transport Steering Group.
So, positive news to come.
Thank you, Chair. So I'd like to just carry on with my first question. Was, it started with a bit of sort of a laundry list of issues as I see them in the report that's in front of me. And, forgive me, but I do feel that the tenor of what, how we're discussing it now doesn't quite reflect what I'm reading in the report, which seems to be much more along the lines of really all of these aspects are not ideal. None of it is really great. But this is the most viable option that we have, which is a different argument, right? So, my question is, I'm honestly not particularly sure about what my, where my vote's going to go or anything. I'm really quite sort of in the middle with a lot of this. But what I have read, and it doesn't really seem to be being acknowledged, is that really none of the bullet points, none of the things we really want to be looking at are quite up to standard, but there are mitigating reasons, there are difficulties with the site, and et cetera, and my response to the viability question is perhaps idealistically I always think we can do better, but can you explain to me where I'm going wrong in understanding this application and the report that I've got in front of me, especially from other statutory consultants, saying that this isn't good enough.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm struggling to really cross-reference the fact that the report is saying it's not good enough, and it would be good to understand where you are reading that in the report. There's obviously, with any large scheme, it generates tensions with policies. There are the balances that have to be struck, and they are properly set out in the report.
Well, I can just going off my notes because I have just dog-eared a lot of pages here. The type of housing, the transport which we've mentioned, if I can just go back a little bit. The light, the loss of light to residences. I mean, there's a few. I mean, I think they are in the report. Again, I've seen this before. Like we've seen this before in reports. I do understand that there's a balance, but this seems to be. Look, my read of it is that it's not particularly balanced, and I'm not trying to, stick a fork in the spokes here. I'm really not. I'm simply saying this is what I understand from reading the report. It doesn't quite line up with what we've been hearing, particularly from the applicant. Look, if that is too broad a question fine. I would nonetheless like it registered that I'm looking at a report where all of these issues have come across with, you know, either consultants study, either the height isn't right, the mix of housing isn't appropriate for what our borough's needs are, the transport, again, the loss of light enclosure, well, look, I've gone through the list already,
Yeah,
so I'll stop.
I think ultimately, if you... all of those issues, officers have concluded policy compliance, so that there isn't a policy conflict that is identified in those particular areas. The report properly assesses the extent to which something complies with the policy. As I've said, there are tensions, but ultimately officers haven't identified conflicts, as far as I recall, with any of those policies. And the issues and balancing section in the report is where officers' conclusions are all brought together, and our assessment of the benefits is set out in that section. The benefits are substantial, both to the local economy in terms of delivery of housing, bringing forward an underutilised brownfield site in central London for development. I don't have them in front of me. I'm just trying to recall what they are. I can find the reference if you want. But officers ultimately have concluded that this proposal complies with the development plan as a whole. That is the test that you, in making a decision tonight, have to consider.
Understood, and thank you, because again, I'm not going to go through, I have notes, but you know, as you say, there are things I do believe would be a benefit as well, so that's for us to decide, I guess. Thank you.
Last question. Councillor McEvoy.
Thank you. I think it was picked up what seems like quite a few hours ago. We were talking about consultation, particularly on very sensitive matters like construction traffic management. Just referring to page 303 to 305 of the report, we've got two different sections. We've got a condition 27 on demolition traffic management plan. I just wanted to check with officers, is there much demolition left to do? I thought the site was quite cleared. But more significantly, on 28, the construction traffic management plan, it's not just one, it's a plan for every phase and each and every reserved matter will have to have a new CTMP, traffic management plan. We did discuss earlier, whether, how a plan might come back to a planning committee or a planning applications committee. I just wanted to get officers' views on what the quantum of that might be, and is that the most effective mechanism for progressing this? Because there could be quite a lot of plans to consider.
In relation to demolition, it's for large schemes we always have a separate demolition management plan, demolition traffic management plan. There is not, obviously the main buildings have been demolished, so any demolition is just the residual structures on the site. However, quite often undertaken by different contractors, and the construction management plan for constructing the development may not have been thought through when the demolition needs to go forward. So it's quite typical to have a separate demolition traffic management plan. It controls that particular phase of development. As you said, the construction traffic management plan is required for each phase. Clearly, some of these phases could be coming forward very far in the future. We would not want to be approving a construction traffic management plan tomorrow that is being built out in 15 years. We just don't know what those conditions are going to be. So, and also there will be lessons learnt, and there will be different requirements depending on what phase is coming forward, because they're in different parts of the site, and there'll be different challenges around construction that relate to those. So that's why we've got the phased approach to construction traffic. It is open to members to ask that they come back to committee should they wish. It's really a decision for members whether they think it's pertinent in this particular case to do that.
Just following on quickly from that, it would be open to a member to call in the CTMP, wouldn't it, if they wish to?
Yes.
Any other questions? No. Okay, well, thank you very much indeed. Excuse me. So we need to make a decision here. So this is clearly one of the largest schemes that's come in front of anyone in the borough for many years. I think that the overall planning balance, I think we've actually explored in a lot of detail the issue, the balancing issue between if you require housing, which we definitely do, and you also think that it's really important that there is good quality public open space as part of any development. If you take those two things, put them together, then you will end up with tall buildings. Now, I think in this particular scheme, and this is just my own personal view, I think the two buildings that are subject to the detailed permission, which is in front of us, I think are actually rather well designed and actually rather attractive buildings. I think that is the key planning balance issue to my mind. And I think overall, on balance, I think we should consider it acceptable. We've not talked much about heritage and harms. I think we do need to note that the Brompton Cemetery, clearly this development will be potentially, if it's allowed, seen from the Brompton Cemetery. And I think it is probably correct to say that there would be a harm. It would be a less than substantial harm, which would need to be weighed against the benefits of the scheme. I think the last thing that I would say is that I do think, I know people often in other contexts rather rude about proposals to create new office space, but the fact of the matter is it does all bring people into an area. It's good for local business, and I think potentially can be positive. I think the final thought, which I think has been expressed by several speakers, is that Earls Court has been in a pretty sorry state as an area of West London for a while, and I think the thought that, in inverted commas, it's time to get on with it. And I think that I can easily understand that train of thought myself. So on balance, I feel the scheme is an acceptable one, and that we should recommend that it is granted and then send it on its way to the GLA. Colleagues, what do you feel about it? What do you think about this? Sam.
Yeah, I think that summary is, to me, is spot on. On my reading of the report and also the GLA's view, this has taken an astonishingly ambitious and intelligently developed proposal. It has weighed it against all of the policies, and not every policy is always 100% complied with in any application, whether it's large or small. But the benefits are there and needed, and everyone, I think, in Kensington is very aware of what Earls Court could be, and we have fond memories of it in its past. This is the way forward. The way forward. I don't see another scenario coming up where we can redesign everything and come up with the benefits of, as you say, of housing and space and employment and cultural, and the benefits that are coming for public transport. So I think this is the scheme, and it's time to send it to the mayor. Hammersmith and Fulham, I think, the officers mentioned, had come to the same conclusion about their parts of the proposal as well. And I have every hope that with this level of detail that's gone into it already, this will be a very fine outcome. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I concur, and in fact, I've never seen an application with 148 conditions attached to it. There's a considerable amount of engagement already by the developers in this case, and I believe that they set to continue to consult with the local community, engage with the local community, and invest in the local community. We've heard tonight about the bid and the investments in the local area, and yes, it's going to take to between 10 and 19 years perhaps, but that will be a game changer for a future generation, and I think that this council should go ahead and approve that and send it to the Mayor.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, I'm minded to agree with your remarks, and I would just add that this very substantial development to our borough is coming in the context of a loosening labour market with so many young people out of employment, education or training, and really needing support in the local area. And I was encouraged to hear about the number of cultural and creative opportunities for young people that could come to the area should this development go ahead. I think that's really important for people living in Earls Court, where I think, like has been said, perhaps it's an area that needs a greater level of investment in this part of our borough.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I mean, I think my misgivings I've probably given voice to enough this evening. I will say that that is very much countered by their will that ultimately does seem to be a choice between, well, something where some good public, even though I probably have a more cynical or at least sceptical view of what might be ahead, some good will come out of it, and as such, I find it very difficult to hammer down a very clear position on it. I feel that I don't want to particularly vote against it, and I don't particularly want to vote for it. So I think that's probably where we're going to be. That's
entirely reasonable position. The recommendation is in section 127 of the report. Is there anything you'd like to add, Amanda, before, or Lorna, before we... Just to note the addendum. Yes, we need to formally note the addendum report for the Earls Court development. And, sorry. Yes.
I just wanted to check what you had decided to do with the CTMP. Are you happy to call it in if you want to, or did you want them to come back to committee? Because I wasn't quite sure what you had decided to do about that.
Well, I feel, looking down my colleagues here, I feel that the fact that a ward councillor could call the CTMP into committee is probably sufficient. I think Earls Court Ward it's not the sort of place where the councillors don't notice things. So I think no, I think the idea that could something completely objectionable could slide past without anybody noticing anything, I think is very unlikely. Are you everyone happy with that? Okay. So in that case, the answer is we don't need to. Amanda, do you want to add anything?
Thank you, Councillor.
Good. Okay. Right. Well, in that case, the recommendation, as I say, set out in the report, is that we support the application and that we send it on its way to the GLA for further consideration. Can I see those in favour of the recommendation, please? Can I see those against? Can I see any abstentions? Okay, so the recommendation is agreed by 4 votes to 0, but with Councillor Benton abstaining. Thank you very much indeed, everyone. That concludes our meeting for this evening. Thank you.